Yes, ma'am, we can start.
Okay, so can we start?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, so Nikhat ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
you can initiate the program.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to everyone present here. I, Nikhat Sheikh, feel honored to welcome all the participants on the second day of the FDP. On behalf of Excelsior Education Societies, KC College of Engineering and Management Studies and Research, I welcome our eminent guests, speakers, delegates, and participants, and all faculty members to the Faculty Development Program on Research Funding and IPR Part 2 under the banner of IET and IIC Institute Innovation Council. I would like to thank our Honorable Chairperson, Managing Director, and Chief Operating Officer for giving us the great privilege to organize this FDP. Before we proceed with the FDP, I would like to thank all the participants from all over India and abroad for their overwhelming response and to participate in this event during the pandemic and making it a huge success. I thank you all once again. Today, for the first session, we have with us Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sidkar. Professor Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sidkar is currently working in the Department of Environment Management and at Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Management, West Bengal. He is a former senior scientist and executive secretary at the Center of Study of Man and Environment, Kolkata, and a former lecturer in the Department of Applied Geology, Indian School of Mines, Dhanbad. Before joining the Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Management in the Department of Environment Management in 2000. He has over 28 years of experience in project management and implementation. His research work is in groundwater system, which includes application of computer models in scientific evaluation of hydrogeologic system, groundwater resource development and protection. He has worked on the effect of pumping in and around Kolkata city on the advection of groundwater from contaminated sites such as the Dhapa solid waste dumping ground and East Kolkata westlands using the combination of hydrogeology, isotope hydrology, geochemistry, and numerical modeling of groundwater flow, which has been widely cited in many of the papers. He has done extensive research on arsenic contamination in groundwater of Bengal Basin. He has presented research deals with sustainability of water supply in the fluid affected and semi-arid regions of West Bengal and in designing groundwater abstraction structures. Professor Siddhar has several students under him for master's, doctoral, and postdoctoral research work. Till date, 5 research students have been conferred the PhD degree under his guidance. He is also a visiting faculty in the Department of Geology and Environmental Science at the University of Calcutta. He has delivered several lectures in national and international conferences, seminars, workshops, and UGC sponsored refresher courses. He is serving as a reviewer for many international and national journals. Professor Sidkar is also a member of several national and international professional institutes and societies, and he is also the board of editor for some of the leading national journals. He has published more than 100 research papers in international and national journals, conference proceedings, books, and 35 project reports. He has authored a book, Groundwater of West Bengal, Assessment, Development, and Management in Bengali, and co-authored a book titled A Textbook of Environment. Professor Sidkar has also edited 2 books on interlinking of Indian rivers. He is a recipient of the 22nd Devang Mehta Business School Award 2014 for the Best Professor in Water Resource Management, and he has also received Groundwater Science Excellent Award in 2015 by the International Association of Hydrogeologists, Indian chapter, in appreciation of his achievements in the field of groundwater in India. Today, he is with us to deliver a session on how to handle the funded project. I request you to start the session and I hand over the session to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam, for your nice introduction. At the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Mandar Ganjarpurkar, Professor Baban Rinde, and Dr. Poulomi Tas for inviting me to this online FDP on Research Projects Funding and IPR Part 2, and to conduct a session on handling funded projects. I'm extremely proud to be a part of this online FDP organized by KC College of Engineering and Management Studies and Research in association with IETE, CSI, and IIC. Now, with this, I think we have lost much of our time. So I think I should go straight to my presentation on how to handle research projects. So just give me some few seconds. I'll move on to the presentation. Yeah. Okay, can you see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So as you know, the topic of today's discussion would be handling funded projects. And, the content of my talk would be, what I'm going to do. I'm going to start with actually what is research, because, when we are handling funded projects, we should be very sure about ourselves to know what is research and why research. After understanding research and why research, I'm going to move on to the ethics of research, because that is very, very important. We should all, when we are doing research work, we need to have some ethics, and we should maintain the basic ethics of research, and then move on to problems in research and the process of research. And then I'm going to try to differentiate between sponsored research and life cycle of sponsored research, and important tips before writing a proposal. What should be their proposal structure, and then a weak proposal, and I'm to discuss about why projects are rejected when by the funding agencies. And then you have a grant. Now what would you do? The initial steps and key roles and responsibilities. And then when you have the grant, you have the funds. So the funds are ready to spend. Now what do you do? And then at the end, the parting tips on managing your funding successfully. So, first of all, let me start off with what is research. And I think all of you know that research is the systematic approach for obtaining and confirming new and reliable knowledge. So therefore, when we are conducting any research, that research should actually add a value to the current knowledge that we have in that particular subject. So, and any research, it should follow, it should have a systematic and it should be followed in an orderly manner, through following a series of steps. And the purpose, as I said, is a new knowledge, and that new knowledge must be reliable. So that's another important thing. The knowledge that you generate must be reliable. And this is the general definition which applies to all disciplines. Now, there is another way of defining research, that is research comprising defining and redefining problems. So you need to have a problem first. Then you formulate hypotheses or suggested solutions, then collecting, organizing, and evaluating data. And this data could be, primary data, and it could also be secondary data. And remember, this data that the primary data or the secondary data, this data It should be, what I would say, it should be good quality data. The data should be of good quality. And then you make deductions, then finally you reach a conclusion, and then you might test the conclusion whether they fit into the formulating hypothesis. And remember one thing, that research is what is not research. That is important to know. The first is, research is not an accidental discovery. But accidental discovery may occur in structure the research process. So it might occur. And if it occurs, it usually takes the form of a phenomenon not previously noticed. And because of this accidental discovery in a particular research, that accidental discovery may lead to a structured research process to verify or understand the observation. So therefore, remember this. Next, research is not data collection. There are many researchers who think that data collection is a research. No, data collection is not a research. It is a part of a research. It's an intermediate step to gain reliable knowledge. Collecting reliable data is a part of the research process. And finally, research is not searching out published research results in libraries or the internet. Many think that, okay, let me go to the library, now you have the internet, so go to the internet, search out published research, and that is a research. No, that is not a research. This is an important early step of research. That helps you to gain knowledge on that particular subject and nothing else. The research process always includes synthesis and analysis. So you might go in for, searching or published research results in that particular arena, but then the research process should include synthesis of the data that you have gathered, and then you also should analyze the data, the primary and the secondary data. And setting your problem, setting your objectives for a particular research, that could, this published research could help you to find out where is the gap area, because it is important to find out the gap area in a particular domain of a research. And this published research, earlier published research, helps you to find out the gap. So if you want to do a gap analysis, published research would help you. But just reviewing of literature is not research. Now, research is searching for explanation of events, phenomena, relationships, and causes. What, how, and why things occur, and are there any interactions? Next, it is a process. It is planned and managed to make the information generated credible. A process that is creative, it is circular, and it always leads to more questions. Okay, so when you are doing a research, it might be at the end of the research, you have more questions, and you leave that question to the, to the next generation or to the next group of researchers to carry forward your research. So therefore, research is always a process. It's circular, it never ends. And that, helps you to understand a particular phenomenon in a better way, and that helps you to take forward, takes science forward. All well-designed and conducted research has potential application, and failure to see applications can be due to users not trained or experienced in the specialized methods of research and reasoning. So therefore, one should be trained or experienced in that particular research. Researchers often do not provide adequate interpretations and guiding on applications of the research. So interpretation, when you're doing a research, when you're handling the data, at the end of the day, you should have adequate interpretation of that particular data, which is going to lead to a new knowledge in that field. Researchers are responsible to help users understand research implication, but the most important question is how. And that is, a good researcher, a better researcher, is one who helps others to understand the research implication. Then why research? Why do so many of us, go for a research? The first, obviously, to get a degree. The research could start as early as a master's thesis also. Again, a research helps you to get respectability, amongst your peers. Then it allows you to face challenges. A researcher's life, challenges is very, very important in a researcher's life. Without any challenge, I think research has no meaning. And then to solve a problem, you have a problem in mind because you have seen that there is a gap in a particular research. So therefore, you find out a problem, and that research helps to solve that problem. And therefore, because you can solve a problem, you have faced the challenge, you have solved the problem. So therefore, at the end of the day, after a research or after the research is over, you get intellectual joy. That's very, very important for a life of a researcher. A researcher's life would be prolonged, when he or she, gets intellectual joy from such type, from a research that he or she is conducting. And then finally, research, it helps to serve society by increasing the standard of living in case of science and technology, and by showing the right path to society in case of social and behavioral sciences. And nowadays, if you look at research at the present moment, it is basically the blend of these two. It's basically, for every research, you need to show what is the social implication of your research to the funding agency. If the funding agency sees that there is not much of a social implication on that research, you may not get the grant. So therefore, in any circumstances, when you are doing a research, even in science and technology, it is always better to show in your research what is the social implication or the behavioral implication of your research in a wider field. Now, let's come to the objectives of research. The purpose of the research is to discover answers to the application of scientific procedures, and the objectives could be to gain familiarity with the phenomenon or to achieve new insights into it. That's exploratory or formulative research. Or it could be to portray accurately the characteristic of a particular individual, situation, or a group. That's descriptive research. That's basically in behavioral sciences. And then to determine the frequency with which something occurs or with which it is associated with something else. That's diagnostic research. And finally, to test a hypothesis of a causal relationship between variable, and that we call it the hypothesis testing research. So your research could be any one of this or a combination of these research. And the characteristics of the research, it's directed towards the solution of a problem, it's based upon observable experience or empirical evidence, demands accurate observation and description, involves gathering new data from primary sources or using existing data for a new purpose. Remember this, when you are using existing data, that data should be used for a new purpose, not for the purpose that already that existing data has been utilized by some other researcher. So you are going to look into, with the secondary data, you are going to look into a new dimension. Okay, without that, if you go into the same type, that could lead to plagiarism. Research activities are again characterized by carefully designed procedures, requires expertise, that is skill necessary to carry out investigations, search the related literature, and to understand and analyze the data generated. Research is objective and logical, applying every possible test to validate the data collected and conclusions reached. And it involves a quest for answers to unsolved problems. It requires courage, is characterized by patient and unhurried activity, and is carefully recorded and reported. So at the end of the, you can see that when you are carrying out a research, you must have gone through that research over a, you should be conversant with that particular research. You should develop a sort of an expertise. You should not go in or delve into any research. And then, research always requires courage, because when you start a research, it's not that you have the answers to everything. As you go up, through the process, you find that you have a lot more to do, lot more to think. And that's how, research helps you. It gives you that joy. And it requires that courage. You require to have courage, because you are trying to fathom something which you really do not know at the start of your journey as a researcher. And the other thing is, you must be able to write. It's very, very important that researchers write down their project, well, because you might do a fantastic lab work, you might do a fantastic field work, but then when you come back to your lab and your room, and you do not have the art of writing, what you have seen in the field, what you have seen in the laboratory, the data that you have generated, and if you cannot write, then all the hard work that you have given in the laboratory and in your field, that would go down the drain. So therefore, at the end, reporting a research is very, very important, and you should know the art of how to report research. Now, another important thing about research is the ethics of research. And you should maintain proper ethics when you are conducting a research. There should not be any scientific misconduct during your research process. And what is scientific misconduct? It is fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism in proposing, performing, or reviewing or reporting research results. So therefore, you should be very, very careful about the conduct of your research. You should not fabricate, should not falsify, should not plagiarize when you are doing any research. The basic principles of ethics, one is honesty, objectivity, integrity, carefulness, and openness. Openness, is very, very important. You need to share data. You should not hold back the data. At the end of the day, you should share the data to the scientific world. Okay, and that's very, very important. Share your results, your ideas too, because if you share your data, science is going to progress. If you do not share your data, then science is never going to progress, because why a new researcher will have to start over and over again, might be repeating what you have done. It's not necessary. If you have shared your data, that researcher can look into your data and see if there are anything else which can be done with your data, and he can take forward your data and then generate his or her own data and then go about the research, and that would save the new researcher, a lot of time, energy, money, everything. And if you do not follow ethics, at least while writing your paper, then this could be, you can see on the upper left that there are so many colors across the line. So these are actually basically the copied portion of the paper. There are 2 pages, and you can see 90% of these 2 pages have been copied from some other research. And if that happens in your paper, and finally if it is cut, then your paper could be retracted, as you see at the bottom. And if your paper gets retracted, and if your editor who finds out your work has been plagiarized will not want to work with you again, and they likely may have friends that are also editors who they can warn about you too, and it will be very, very difficult for you to publish any research article or paper in good journal. So therefore, just do not indulge in plagiarism. And let's look at the problems. There is a dozen problems in research. First one is uncontrollable variables. There are so many variables that we really do not know, and we cannot have any control. So that creates problems in your research. Then human tendencies. That's also because when you look at human tendencies, we look at the ordered, we look at the exploration, we look at the communication, and then manipulation, repetition. These are all problems in research with regard to human tendency. Then, time and money is also a big problem. At least in India, money is a big problem. And then a lack of scientific training in the methodology of research. Many researchers, they start without having any formal scientific training on that particular research. Then insufficient interaction between university research departments and business and government establishments. It's very, very hard to get data from government establishment. And even from business, if you get data from business, the next problem is that, it's difficult for for you, maybe it could be a big problem for you to publish your research, because then that particular business, they have a control of your research. Okay, so that's another problem in research. Then lack of confidence on the part of business units and government departments to give information. Then lack of code of conduct, difficulty of adequate and timely secretarial assistance. That's again a big problem in our country. And poor library management and functioning. You may not have the latest papers, the latest journals, in your library, the latest books, regarding that particular research. So that, and the library could be, it could be from, say, 10 to 5. And generally, my experience, over the last 30 years is actually, if you are a teacher, if you're not a core scientist, if you are a teacher who's doing research, as in most of the colleges and universities, the research starts after 5 o'clock. And what happens after 5 o'clock, you find, you come across, you need to understand something, you need to go to the library, but you find that the library has been closed for the day. So that's another problem, that we face. But with the internet, that problem has been, solved. But I can tell you one thing: internet does not solve the, going to the library, getting information from the books, getting information from, many of the papers also. Then difficulty, as I said earlier, difficulty of timely availability of published data. Because, nowadays it's very, very costly to become members of, so the universities, the colleges, they have fund crunch. So they have also a problem, for becoming a member of these groups, Springer or whatever. There are so many, groups where you can become member, but it's very, very costly. Then ignorance, is another problem. And the last one is research for the sake of research, and therefore you have limited practical utility. So if you are doing a research for the sake of research, then maybe it could be because of a promotion you are doing a research, and you're not involved in that research too much. It's just for the sake of research to get a promotion, something like that sort. And so therefore that research, at the end of the day, at the end of the research, it has limited practical utility. So therefore, you should not do any research for the sake of research. Now let's look at the process of research. It starts with a question or a problem, and for that you need to go about literature review, look at gaps in that particular arena, and then pose your question and then find out what problem that needs to be solved, which would have a benefit to the society and to the quality of life, and that would also take science forward. And then after you have your key questions, your problems, you formulate your goals and your objective. And then you plan and design your research, and then you generate your research result, and then you interpret your results and draw conclusion. But remember, all these actually, for all this to take place in a good way, you need to have a formal training in that research. And as you go along, along this route, you can take, gather information, gather knowledge from various sources. You can get data from other sources. You can take the help of expertise from other experts who are working in this field, talk to them, discuss with them, and then, you finally, if you interpret your results and draw a conclusion, and which would be very meaningful and useful to the society. Then let's look at what is a sponsored project. A sponsored programs are projects and or activities conducted by members of the faculty, or in some instances staff members or students, that are supported wholly or in part by external restricted funds awarded to the university. And this externally funded activities, which a formal written agreement is there, and that is a grant, contract, or cooperative agreement is entered into by the university, institute, and the sponsor. So this is a sponsored research where you have an agreement, a contract, and you have a grant between the university and the sponsor to deliver certain, you have a problem, you get the grant, you formally agree to do that, the university and the institute, and then you come up with the results. So that is a sponsored project. And if you look at the life cycle of a sponsored project, it starts off with the project idea, then you identify the funding sources, it could be government or other sources, and then you develop the proposal, put together a competitive proposal that meets all the applicable guidelines, and then you submit the proposal, and when you submit in a timely manner through the required method, and then you manage the award. If funded, the project should be implemented according to the award documents and complying with all applicable guidelines. You have to be very, very careful in managing your award or your grant. And then finally, you complete your project, your award is closed out, ensure that all required reports are completed and applicable closing procedures are followed. So even, and you should be very, very careful regarding money. Allocations of money, you have allocations of money in different, areas, and you should be very, very careful when you are spending the money. I'm going to come to that later on. Now, before you begin to write your proposal, keep in mind the following point. It is necessary to find out in advance what sources of funding are available through governments, United Nations agencies, some international NGOs, or private foundations. Most funding agencies, this is very, very important. Funders, in your arena, you must be knowing what is who can fund your research. But then the important thing is that what does the funding agencies look? Even, in India, suppose, for example, the DST, the CSIR, and other funding agencies, government funding agencies, they look for this degree of local initiative in the project proposal. The utilization of the available resources within the country itself, and plans for the project to be self-supporting once the initial funding has been spent. So the government would look into this, or even, other agencies, the United Nations agencies, the international NGOs, or even, they would look into this, whether the research that you would be conducting, will that be self-supporting once the initial funding has been spent? So that means, what does that mean? Can you take your research to the people? If you can take your research to the people, then people, they are going to carry on with the solutions, the solutions that you have given, they are going to carry forward. Otherwise, whatever you're going to do in the field, some management aspects that you have done in the field to better the environment, after you leave, after your project, because your project is, say, for 3 years or for 5 years, and so then you have to leave. So if your project is a good one, it is appealing to the people know that's going to improve their quality of life in the local area, they are going to carry forward the management aspect that you have suggested. Otherwise, the research ends over there. Then your project should be practical and not too costly, and have the potential of being repeated in other situations. So therefore, at the end, your project, your solution should be can be repeated, maybe with subtle changes in other geoclimatic conditions. Then increasingly funding agencies are looking for integrated approaches to development projects. This means that they will want to see to what extent your project supports and supplements existing activities and is designed to overcome identified problems. Okay, so therefore, this is again very, very important. I can tell you one thing that, your, say, for example, in the field of arsenic, there were many solutions which were given, to remove arsenic from groundwater. And there are many solutions which are available, but most of this research did not look into, after you have removed arsenic from water, what is left is a sludge, and this sludge is highly toxic, and that is hazardous waste. And that in that research, or many of the researchers did not talk about this sludge management. And so therefore, those type of treatment had to be abundant. Government did not accept those researches, and therefore those, the money spent in that research actually was of no use, because, when the researchers were asked, what should we do with the sludge, the researcher did not have any answer to that. So therefore, you should look into all angles. You should not leave something, you're removing, say, a hazardous material or a pollutant from one, say, from water, and you leave something as a solid waste, and you do not know what to do with that hazardous solid waste or hazardous sludge. So your research should also try to answer, how you're going to manage this, a more toxic element which you are going to leave. Almost all the UN and government agencies, foundations, and private voluntary agencies have their own proposal format that they will want you to follow. If you are not in contact with a local or regional representative, write a letter requesting information as to proper procedures, application format, and funding requirement. Or nowadays, it's very simple. You go into their website, look into their websites, and you're going to get everything, what format you should follow. But remember, for different funding agencies, format varies, but the same information is asked by all the agencies and foundations. So the information remains the same, only the format changes from funding agencies, from one funding agencies to another. And then another important thing is you need to find out the budgeting cycle of the agency, whether it's annual, that annually they give you money, or quarterly, or it's an ongoing stuff you can apply at any time. Check to see if there is a closing date for application, because this is again very, very important. You write a proposal without knowing the closing date, and when you finally submit it, they write a letter, sorry, the closing date for this application is over, and so they return back your proposal. Now, the proposal structure should have an executive summary, the problem and the need statement. It should have the proposal description, which could be objectives, staffing and administration, evaluation, sustainability of your project, then the budget and information about your organization. And this is very, very important. You should give relevant information of your organization, that your institute or your college or your university is capable of handling such a research project. Okay, and maybe you can also say that you have experience in handling such projects, and these are the projects that you have handled in previous years. Then a research versus a project proposal. A research proposal emphasizes the contribution that the research will make to the field. So basically what you have, you get new ideas, new thoughts is generated through a research proposal. Whereas in a project proposal, it emphasizes the impact activity is going to have. Okay, and its evaluation is usually more important in project proposal. For a project proposal, you would be evaluated, because whatever you suggest, but in a research proposal, it would be seen what new for the betterment of science and also betterment of the social structure. Then again, in a more detail, the parts of a research proposal, you should have a title or a cover page. Then you should have an abstract or an executive summary. You should have a table of contents, introduction, background, description of course of research, description of generally, if you look into this abstract for a research proposal, we give an abstract of the work that we are going to do. But for a project proposal, what we give is an executive summary. So that lies the difference. Otherwise, more or less, the other part remains the same. That the format is often specified by the funding agency, and if you do it accordingly. Therefore, and in title page, university, they usually sign the title page, because it is important that the PI, the department head, and the university official sign, because then it gives a legitimacy to your research, that the university is not going to create any problem, when you are doing your research. And the name of the organization being submitted to, title of the proposal, starting date and budget period, total funds requested, name and address of institution. The title page should be professional looking, but do not use fancy covers or bindings, etc. Many I have seen, many such proposals where they use fancy covers and bindings, not exactly needed. It should have a real professional look. Okay. And then, a good title, that's very important. Your title should catch the funding agency, those who are reviewing your grant or your proposal, sorry. Title is important. It should reflect the focus of your project. It should predict the content of the research paper. It should reflect the tone of writing, and it should contain important keywords. The keywords should come from the title itself. So if your title follows these, for principle, then I'm sure that the reviewer would be attracted to your project, and the chances of getting a grant would increase. And remember, the most important words should come first, but avoid words that add nothing to a reader's understanding, such as, you start off your title as studies on, or investigation on, or research on some problem. Do not start your title with such phrases, studies on, investigation, or research on some, because this does not carry any meaning to the reviewer of your proposal. Now, what's a good title? Let's look at some examples. So this is a very general common one. Writing the title and abstract for a research paper, being concise, precise, and meticulous is the key. So if you just read this title, you know what you were expecting in your research proposal. That means how to write a title, or how to write the abstract for a research paper. And you have to make it, you have to make it concise, you have to make it precise, and you have to be meticulous. So there could be another one, say a prospective antibacterial utilization study in pediatric intensive care unit of a tertiary referral center. See, it brings out the, what you want to do. Title itself says that what you want to do. Then rheumatic fever and rheumatic heart disease, clinical profile of 550 patients in India. So the title itself gives you, gives you in a line your research. Then look at this one, testing the Paleosol model of arsenic pollution of groundwater. So therefore, these are some examples of some good titles. Okay, and your title, should follow such. It should not be, as I said, studied on, research on, or something of that sort. And your title should be precise. It should be concise, and the keywords of your research should be there within the title itself. Then you should have a table of contents for very brief proposals. Not neither require a table of content. Long and detailed proposal may require, in addition to a table of contents, a list of illustration of figures and a list of tables. This is very, very important. Table of content, and then you should have within that a list of illustrations or figures and a list of tables. The table of content should list all major parts and divisions, including the abstract, even though it precedes the table of content. Okay, so the abstract should be there in the table of content, although the abstract comes before your table of content. Then the abstract. Every proposal should have one abstract. Abstract is it's absolutely necessary. And as I said earlier, in project proposal, this is called executive summary, and your abstract should be written last and not at the beginning. I've seen many researchers writing the abstract first and then writing their research proposal or even research papers also. It should not be. Your abstract for your proposal or for your research paper should come at the end after you have completed your writing. The abstract should summarize the project. It is the most important part of the proposal, or it could be a paper, because even a reader, he would first look into the abstract and try to find out what he's expecting in the proposal. So an abstract, for a layman, abstract is very, very important. For a non-expert, because your proposal, it's not that your proposal would always be looked by an expert only. There would be non-expert who's going to deal with your project proposal. So therefore, and those non-expert, they're not going to go into your details of your project. What they're going to do, they're going to read your abstract and they're going to find out if it is meaningful to them or not. So therefore, abstract is very, very important part of your proposal. Then introduction of your proposal, start with a capsule statement of what is being proposed. You should not assume, as I said earlier, that your reader is familiar with your subject. It should be comprehensible to an informed layman even. It should give enough background to enable him to place your research problem in the context of common knowledge, and should show how its solution will advance the field or be important for some other work. So this is very, very important, that do not overstate, but do state very specifically what the importance of your research is. So when you, in your introduction part, you should give the importance of your research, the problems the problems that you are going to solve, and based on that you're going to come to your objectives of your research. But remember one thing: do not overstate in your introduction part. Then the important thing again in the introduction part to research. When you have identified the problem, that is given in your introduction or your preamble of your research, that problem itself should give insight to causes of the need. Why this is required, because you have this problem. That is important. The problem would give that insight to the need. Express the bad effects if needs are not met. Okay, so you can write in your introduction the bad effects if the needs of the problems are not solved. State how urgent the project is needed. Make clear the scale of demand for a solution. Show how project will address the problem. So this is your need statement, and this need statement is very, very important. So therefore, your reviewer is going to, yes, this project should, the grant should be given to this project because there is a solid problem and there is a solid need to those problems. You could have a background information, and this may not be necessary if the proposal is relatively simple and if the introduction can present the relevant background in a few sentences. But if it's a big project, then if previous or related, then you need to have a background information. And if previous or related work must be discussed in some detail in the background information, or if the literature of the subject must be reviewed, a background or literature review section is desirable. So in the background, you need to have a literature review section. But remember, literature review should be selective and critical. Reviewers only want to know pertinent works and your evaluation of them. A list of work with no clear evidence that you have studied them and have opinions about them contributes almost nothing to the proposal. So whenever you are doing a literature review, it is important that you read them, read those those literature directly. Don't take it from some other papers, read it directly and then evaluate them. If you cannot give evidence, if the reviewer feels that there is no evidence that you have studied them, and so therefore, he thinks that this review is will be of no use, and the reviewer might might have a negative feeling while evaluating your proposal. Then the description of the proposed project. This section of the proposal is comprehensive explanation of the proposed research. It is addressed to other specialties in your field. It is the heart of the proposal and the primary concern of technical reviewers. The description may need several subsections. The description should include aims or objectives, methodology, results, conclusion. The description of the proposed research be realistic in designing the program of work. Research plans should be scaled down to a specific and manageable project. Whatever your plans are, it should be specific and it should be manageable. Do not think wild. Then you need to have a list of references. But when you're providing a list of references, remember one thing, you need to be very consistent. Whatever style is chosen should be followed throughout. It's not that for one reference you give one style and the second reference another style, a third reference another style. Again, the reviewer is going to have a negative feeling and they may not allow a grant for your proposal just because your list of reference has not been planned well. It does not follow a consistent style. Okay. Then another important thing is the employer declaration or the statement of commitment. You should have a statement by the head of the institute permitting the principal investigator, the project leader to use the institute premises and equipment, etc. The employer statement is a binding confirmation that the university will make these resources available. So this is important. You should have an employer declaration when you are sending your proposal. Remember to see that your employer declaration is there when you're sending a proposal to a funding agency. Then personnel. The personnel section usually consists of two parts: an explanation of the proposed personnel arrangement, each of the main contributors to the project. And remember one thing, when you're giving the CV of each, you should mention how that particular person is going to contribute to the research. His or her contribution to the research should come out while reading the CV, because reviewers, they actually read the CV of the personnel that are, the persons that are mentioned in your project proposal, because I do a lot of reviewing, and that's one very important to see whether the persons who have been named to act as a principal investigator, co-investigator, or there could be several co-investigators. They actually have a background which links them to the project. Just don't give names for the project in a project for sake of giving a name. If a person he is not conversant with that type of a research, even if he is very senior, please do not give him the name, because what is going to happen, that might negate their research proposal. Then if the program is complex and involves people from other departments or colleges, the organization of the staff and the lines of responsibility should be made clear. If you're taking from, from other departments or other institutions or other colleges, researchers from other colleges or other departments, the responsibility should be made clear. Any student participation, paid or unpaid, should be mentioned, and the nature of the proposed contribution detailed. If any person must be hired for the project, say so and explain why, unless the need for the person not already available within the university is self-evident. If the person is not there, then you're going to hire, so you state that. Then budget is again very important. Budgets are developed according to sponsors and university guidelines. There is an overview of common features. The university could have a particular overhead. So you have to follow the university guidelines also. You cannot fight with the university. You have to follow the university guidelines, especially for the overhead. And then you should also prepare your budget according to the, how the sponsors, how the sponsors should see the budget. So you have to keep both the things in mind. Depending on the complexity, the budget section may require not only a tabular budget with line items, but may also require a budget summary and explanation. or budget justification or budget note. Why you require this instrument? The cost of this instrument is this much. Why you require this instrument? Why you require travel grant for this head? At the end of each section, you should give an explanation why this budget has been asked for. Then typical divisions of a budget are, you should have salaries and manpower costs, equipment, supplies and materials, contingencies, travel, overhead expenses, other categories can be added as needed. The budget should make clear how the totals for each category of expenses are reached. And it should be year-wise. You should always break up your budget year-wise and then come to the totals for each of the category. And this is, checklist for proposal of budget item. There could be salaries and wages for various types of persons or work to be done. Then equipment, it could be fixed equipment, movable equipment, office equipment, or it could be because the cost could be also not only for the equipment, but also for the installation of the equipment. Then you should have, your budget for travel. And a travel for very big project, you could have aircraft rental, ship rental. If you're doing a project on remote sensing, we might have to, do some aircraft study. So therefore, you might have aircraft rental, or if you're doing it in the marine environment, you might have to rent ships in order to carry out your research. Then others, it could be space rental, alteration, renovation, purchase of periodical tuition and fee. Hospitalization, pay charges, subcontracts, so there could be, many things. So, but this is just to give you an idea about the checklist of a proposed budget item. For a more competitive application, be sure to include detailed methodology description of the activity, detailed budget include how much funds will be used, demonstrate partnerships with local communities and resource agencies, relevant principal investigator experience and expertise. This is very, very important. The principal investigator of a project should be conversant with that particular research. He should have many papers, in international journals, and even in very good national journal, to demonstrate his expertise in that particular field. Otherwise, remember, the project may not be considered. Description of how information about the project will be used to improve management, and realistic description timeline with benchmarks for deliverables. Then you should also give a brief information about your organization and mission organization, and the important thing, what makes you different, why that project should be given to your institution, experience and competence of your institution to run the project, and include endorsement by the appropriate and respected individual. So that means the head of the institution could be the vice chancellor, could be registrar, could be the dean, and who's going to give the endorsement for your research. Then executive summary, short statement of problem, description of solution, benefit, timescale, location, who is involved, money needed, and future funding, brief summary. Now, what do you mean by a weak proposal? Weak proposal is one which do not follow directions in the guidance that is given in the funding agency's manual, are not. After you write a proposal, read it 100 times. Remove all errors. There should not be grammatical errors. There should not be any scientific error. And if you have such lots of errors, then that is a weak proposal. Lack coordination and duplication of activities. Do not provide adequate description of PI's relevant past experience of performance. Demonstrate that work begins or is completed before the grant is to be awarded. So these, if you have evidence of these, then your proposal become a weak one, and it is liable to be rejected by the funding agency. And so then why proposals are rejected? Requirements for equipment or personnel are unrealistic. It appears that the other responsibilities would prevent devotion of sufficient time and attention to this research. If you have too much of research, project proposal in hand, the funding agency might think, okay, this proposal could be a burden to that particular PI, and so therefore they could reject your proposal. The institutional setting is unfavorable, but that, having said that, that does not mean that you should not give the research that you are at present. Your ongoing research should also be a part, and it should accurately describe what you are doing at this moment. And the institutional setting is unfavorable. Research grants to the investigator now in force are adequate in scope and amount to cover the proposed research. So if they feel that whatever research grants that you have, that is adequate to cover the proposed research, then your proposal could be rejected. Now, congratulations. Now it's that you have a grant. Now, what you are going to do? The initial steps, the funding is step one. Receiving an award is next. Learning how to manage the administrative aspects of your funded project is also next. You need to know what are the rules. To whom do you go to ask for guidance? What are your responsibilities as principal investigator, project director, or department? You should be very, very conversant with the when funding is received, sponsored program office or the dean's office reviews the documentation carefully. Government award notices typically follow standard format. Other funders have various types of award documents, from a letter to a multiple page agreement with several terms and condition. And you should read these documents that you get when your funding is received, what you should do, what you should not do. Then you have a finalized agreement plus completion of compliance obligations. If you are working with human or animal subject, then your fund is ready for, then your request for the fund. You have to finalize your agreement and your obligation compliance. Maybe you need to have some instruments which has to be procured, and you have to get some quotations for those, and then you have to hand it over to the funding agency. Then only after you get your quotation, they receive your quotation, and what would be the cost for that instrument, or cost for some animals that you require to carry out in your lab, or for experiments that you require, or some humans that are required in your laboratory for your experiment. Say for example, if you are working with this vaccine, so you need certain human. So therefore these should be complied with, and then and agree, and then you're going to you should ask for the grant to the funding spending plan and a funding request, and submit it to the finance and accounts department along with the award documentation to your own finance and account department. The finance and account departments of your institution reviews the information, assigns an index number with corresponding fund, organization, program codes for the sponsors fund, enters the into your project. The PI and other university stakeholders, but then receive a copy of the completed fund request and the spending plan from the accounts department. Now let's look at the key responsibility, roles and responsibility. The principal investigators, the primary responsibility of scientific, technical, and fiscal leadership. Remember, the fiscal matters are all it lies with the PI. The responsibility lies with, there is any problem in monetary matter, the PI would be accused. The dean and the department chair head approves the PI, that the PI is qualified. So therefore, so there should be that the dean or the department chair that should approve that the PI is qualified, that are compliant with the relevant government rules and regulation, institute policies and procedures, and that the dean's office, they should look into that it is in tune with the government laws and regulation, and also in tune with the institute policies and procedures. So this was very, very important. The accounts officer assesses your expenditures are authorized and within the approved budget. Remember one thing: if you have a budget for travel, you cannot spend that budget for the say for your travel grant for paying salary. So if you do that, so that should be looked by the accounts officer. That cannot be done. And if you have to do that, you have to take the permission from the funding agency. If only the funding agency gives you in writing, okay, you can shift this budget from this head to this head, then only you can do, otherwise you cannot do. And the accounts officer, it's his responsibility to check that the PI is not transferring, money from one head to the other head. The head of the accounts collaborates with the accounts officer to ensure the appropriate fiscal management and prepares and submits all invoices and financial report. Because otherwise, if there is any problem over here, then there could be an audit, and the principal investigator and the institute could land up in a big trouble. Now the funds are ready to spend. Again, review the guidelines, the proposal, what did I say I would do, and the award documentation carefully. Grants management on how general rules that apply, plus some context for why do I have to do all this anyway? What can't I just get a check and spend the money? You cannot do. You have to look into the grants management manual for this funding agency. There are grants management manual. Look into that manual, and you're going to get everything, and that would give you the guidance of how to hire, personnel, how to post charges to your grant index, and all the general rules that apply. Whether you can, then another is the funded research fellowship. Generally, research work in particular by doctoral students, and for more in-depth studies by postdoc students. And this grant actually comes from the funding agency. So you should have in your grant that you are going to take up a research fellow, or a junior research fellow, or a senior research fellow, or a postdoctoral fellow, and that grant should be there. Otherwise, the university or the institute will never allow to take a research fellow. It's never going to appoint a research fellow for your research. Postgraduate students in India requires a NET or a GET qualification, and for postdoc students, PhD is mandatory. The University Institute will advertise a grant notice for selection of fellows in its website. That is very, very important. The university should advertise it, and the selection of the fellowship holders takes place in the department of the university after interview. And in India, actually, when interview takes place, the dean may be present, the PI must be present, and then there should be some external expert in that particular field who is going to conduct this interview, and then examine the merits of the candidate, and then select one candidate for this fellowship. While the project late in the financial year, you have to give a progress report, but you should write nil. The first progress should cover the work done during the first 12 months, and then it goes on like this. Timely submission is essential. Report should be in the prescribed format. The report should be discussed and finalized by the project team. The entire project team, remember, should sit together and finalize the progress report. It's not only that the PI writes something and then submit it. No, that's a wrong policy, and that's a wrong way of doing things. Okay, every project team member, including the research fellow, or even if you have a master student, you should all sit together and then finalize your yearly report or your final report. And this is basically could be one format for progress report, where you write the project title, project number, PI, co-PI, broad area of research, approved objective proposal. This is important: date of start, date of completion, total cost, expenditure. Then you write the methodology, salient features, summary, new observation, innovations, application, long-term, immediate, any other. Research work remains to be done under the project for ongoing projects, only the things which are left out. Now, for all what we done in the subsequent years, then if there are any PhDs produced, any technical persons has been trained, and what research publications have been carried out, you have to give a detail of all this. And then if there are any patents filed or to be filed, that detail should also be given. The equipment that you have procured, that should also be given in such format. Then you need to have a project completion report that is submitted after you have completed your after the term of the total year has been completed, so 3 years or 5 years, whatever, and you give your final completion report that the project ends over here. 10 copies of that. The project completion report should be in a bound form. Cover page should include the title of the project, file number, names and addresses of the investigation or the investigator. Then you have all these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, title of the project. All these should be given. The important things are objectives as stated, and deviation from the original objectives. You might have deviation from your objectives while you're doing your research. So if you have any deviation, you need to give that deviation and the reasons why you deviated from the objective that you stated when you started your project. And experimental work that should be given, everything should be, all data should be given, detailed analysis of results indicating contributions made towards increasing the state of knowledge in the subject, and conclusion summarizing achievement, indication of the scope for future work. And then list of publication, manpower trained, patents taken, financial position, fund sanction, fund expenditure, percentage of the total cost. So that should be given. Procurement usage of your equipment, that should be signed both by the principal investigator and the co-investigator. And if you have a permanent equipment, then you must give a plan for the equipment to be used in the future, because the funding agencies want to see how that equipment would be used after your project ends. So therefore, the university will have to take responsibility of the fund. In India, that's again a big problem. When the project is there, the instrument works beautifully, but after the project is over, it's nobody's baby, and so what? And it is converted into an iron ore at the end of the day, because nobody is working in that, and after some time, you cannot use that. So a very costly machine, it's of no use. So therefore, the funding agency needs to know how you're going to plan to utilize maybe in your future research. Then using the grants budget summary report, verify the budget, review expenditures monthly, find out the missing expense. Why is in the travel grant you should have this should have been the expenditure, but you haven't. The cost has not been incurred. Why? Expenses that do not belong to that particular, you have to shift it. Monitor remaining balance by account code, and in total subtract indirect cost balance from available balance for the true remaining balance. And you could do this. The PI could sit monthly with the help of the accounts department. Then be proactive, process salary paperwork for research team, contact your grant account, any questionable expenditure, transfer of excess fund from one head to another. Remember again, you cannot transfer unless the funding agency allows you to do that. This is how you have to need to give the cost of detail of permanent equipment, whether it's in foreign exchange or in Indian rupees, and the utilization, all this needs to be given. Request for annual, you need to, for the next year's grant. So you need to fill up this type of format, or as format given by the funding agency, and to request for the grant. And then you have to write the grant received in each year. Maybe you have only first year you received your grant, and then the total if you have is first year, second year. And then if the money is, remember one thing, if the grant has been put into not where recurring interest is being generated, because you have put that fund in an account, bank account, where you're going to get interest. So you have to add that interest money that have been generated from the funds that were given by the funding agency. Then statement of expenditure. This again, you need to go into manpower, consumables, all this. You need to give a statement of expenditure, which starts from 31st March for the financial year. So from 1/4/2000 something till 31/3 for the next year, and so on. The statement of expenditure should be given, and for each of the sanction heads. You cannot deviate from this sanction heads. Okay, and it should indicate how much fund has been allocated, and how much expenditure has been incurred, and what is the requirement for the next up to next March. And remarks, if any. Maybe there has been a change in head, but then you have to say remark that there is a change in the head, but with the sanction of the funding agency, and their sanction number and the letter and the date of the letter should be mentioned. Then finally, after you every year you need to give an utilization certificate, and the accounts department should help you out with providing the utilization certificate, because unless you provide the utilization certificate, you're not going to get the next year grant. And that particular utilization certificate, you have a particular format for this to submit the utilization certificate. And so amount of budget, amount received, total amount available for expenditure, actual expenditure, balance around. So all these details has to be given, and you should take the help of the accounts officer and the finance officer for this utilization certificate. And then an utilization certificate has to be provided where the PI should sign, and the registrar or the head, maybe the vice chancellor or the head of the or the dean, he could sign, and the accounts officer of the institute, and they should give this utilization certificate. And then this is another part, but this is not in your purview. It should be funded by the funding agency as soon as they receive the utilization certificate. And then at the end of the research work, a final statement of expenditure has to be given in a particular format. And then what happens if I don't follow the rules, either accidentally or on purpose? All sponsored projects are subject to audit by various entities. And if you don't follow the rules, the funding agency might visit your institute for an audit. And if they find any repayment of funds, debarment, or sometimes in extreme case, it could be jail. Okay, but non-compliance can result in fine, and if that is done, your university was never going to like that. And another important thing is, if you cannot continue, or if you have failed to follow the rule, then repayment of the fund, it is again that your university is never not to like that. No university, no institute would like to repay the funds that they have got. Okay, so you have to be very, very careful when you're utilizing the funds for research grant. Then you could have an audit notification, on-site visit, desk review, request for financial data, contact your grant accountant and sponsor program office immediately if you get an audit notification, and forward all documentation regarding audit request to your grant accountant. And then finally, the parting tips on managing your funding successfully: know your guidelines and project objective. This is very, very important. Look over your award documentation. When you're doing a monthly review, look at the award documentation. Look over the grants management manual during a monthly review section to familiarize yourself with general rules, and make others who are part of your team to familiarize themselves with the general rules and processes. When in doubt, talk to your grants contact person and your grants accountant or sponsored program contact. If you have any doubt, talk to them. Talk to them that there is a doubt, what should I do? Okay, I think that's over. Thank you and for your patient hearing. So I'm over. Now you can.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. So now the session is open for the. Yes, sir. Yes, Nikat ma'am. Please carry on.
Yes. Now the session is open for question answers. If any of the participants have the questions, they can post it in the chat box. Those who are attending from YouTube.
Okay, so there is a question. There is some questions. I am taking few of them.
Yeah, please,
so
please.
There is a question that is there any research funding agency like AICT, DST or UGC, etc. for individual PhD research work, but he or she is not working in any institute or university?
No, that's not possible. You have to be attached. DST gives, say a woman's scholarship also. Those who are late, they have to discontinue their research or discontinue. They could also, put forward a project. Is that should be routed through an university, through a department, and there you should have again a guide, who would oversee your work and who is going to sign, because you have to be a part of an institute to sign document. And if you're not a part of an institute or an university or a college, the funding agency is not going to allow that, because there is the responsibility not only of the researcher, but there's also a responsibility of the institute or the university, and that comes to whoever is in a permanent position. If you're even not in a permanent position, from funding agencies.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. There are not many questions, not more questions. Only the feedback that is very nice session and very informative, knowledgeable. So all the participants are pouring this type of messages in the chat box. So we must thank you for your very nice and knowledgeable, informative session. We thank you again, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I might leave now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. It was a wonderful session, and I liked it, to meeting you, especially Professor Mandar, Professor Baban, and of course, Paulomi, whom I know for a pretty long time now. So therefore, it has been wonderful to talk to them. Yesterday, today also it was wonderful. Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We
very
are
much,
delighted.
sir.
We are
Thank
delighted.
you
Thank you.
very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll meet you.
Now we move on to the next session.
Sir, you joined? 1 minute.
Yes.
Madam, Nikat madam, sir not joined here.
Yes, that's why I'm waiting.
Oh, 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm calling.
No, I'm already here.
Sir is there, madam.
Okay, okay.
Yes, yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good
Yes,
afternoon.
good afternoon, everyone. We will move on to the next session. The speaker for this session is
That YouTube link participants also, you have to alert them also. Google Meet, both the participants, you have to alert them. Okay? Yes, continue, madam. Nikat madam.
Yes. We move on to the next session. The speaker for this session is Dr. Zia Saqib. Sir has received his PhD degree from National Institute of Technology, Surat. Sir has worked for Center for Development and Advanced Computing, CDAC, Mumbai, as an executive director for the past few years. He has worked in the area of cyber security, specifically in SCADA systems, adaptive signal processing, machine learning, and its application. Currently, he is the senior vice president uh, in technology, innovations, and development at Reliance Jio, Navi Mumbai section. Today, he is here with us and he is going to share his wisdom and knowledge on research and innovation in AI for healthcare. We welcome you, sir, and I request you to start with the session. Sir, I hand over the session to you.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Uh, can you see my screen? Hello, can you see my screen, please?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Sir,
Visible,
we
sir.
the screen. The screen is
Yes,
visible.
yes. Okay. Yes, yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be, to be in this FDP. I remember I was part of this FDP this last year also, and it was a wonderful experience. So today I had joined a little early, so I was listening to Professor Pradeep Sigdar's wonderful job of explaining the nitty gritties of how to apply for a grant and many of the non-technical issues which sometimes we tend to ignore or just don't pay attention knowingly. So that was very good. Today my talk will be on a particular area in research which is close to my heart because I've been working in this area for the last 3 years in Reliance, and also because this happens to be one of the topmost area of priority for government of India, as well as many private organizations. And I can speak about Reliance, Reliance Foundation, Reliance Jio, Reliance Industries, and wherever I meet people in these within Reliance family of industries, almost everyone is very passionate about healthcare, and obviously Reliance Foundation is in the forefront of this. So sometimes I get to talk to people from Reliance Foundation, and then they also doing wonderful job. We also have a section under Reliance Life Sciences, and so many different aspects of healthcare. So today I will talk about healthcare, and especially healthcare is a very old topic. I mean, we've been doing healthcare for more than 100 years. But what is so special about healthcare today, last, let's say, 5 to 7 years, has been the introduction of AI in healthcare. Okay. So today my agenda will be as follows. I will just talk about a little bit about what is the nature of AI in medicine or healthcare, how it is very multidisciplinary, and you cannot say today that AI is only found in departments of computer science, of mathematics, or statistics. It is not so. Now, when we talk about AI, especially in healthcare and all, and there are many areas of academic research. I'm also from a background of signal processing, electronic engineering. So many of these areas of computer vision, machine learning, Internet of Things, and now we call it Internet of Medical Things, which are specific to healthcare, are all part of academic research, and so on. There are many research opportunities which I will very briefly talk about today. And also, if students, your students, particularly in final year, are interested in entrepreneurship, what are the opportunities which are available to them as entrepreneurs? And of course, AI in healthcare has a serious social impact. Many projects in Reliance, including one which I am involved in healthcare, are not necessarily profit making. Okay, they are not initiated as profit making projects. They are more for social impact, especially if you come under the Reliance Foundation. So I mean, not everything under AI or healthcare is profit making. However, profit is a very important aspect of any private agency or a private company. So I will talk about both, and then we'll talk about certain projects. What is, when we say AI in healthcare, is multidisciplinary. If you look at the literature of healthcare, AI in healthcare, there are basically four sub areas in which people are working. Okay. On the left-hand side, top left-hand side, you see this patient care. It is nothing but assisted or automated diagnosis and prescription. Okay. Applications of IoT, IOMT, prioritization and triage, which means it allows doctors to come to a particular decision very fast, as opposed to early days where a doctor was overworked and he had to take multiple inputs from multiple sources to come to a conclusion. Now this AI helps the doctor to prioritize cases and come to very quick decisions. It also allows today to develop personalized medications and care. One size does not fit all, as we all know. And we have seen in the recent past, COVID-19, there have been cases in COVID-19 where one size or one treatment does not fit everyone. So every patient was different. Some patients spent 2 days in the hospital and came back. Some spent 20 days, and some people never came back. So same medication for everyone does not work. So AI allows you to do personalized medication and care in such cases. Patient data analytics, for example, people who have long-term conditions such as diabetes or blood pressure. So they don't need just only medicine at right times. They also need to be monitored on a regular basis. Okay. So that is how it can be done through AI. And pregnancy management has become very common application for AI in medicine. So this is what we call it patient care, and a lot of literature is available in this area. And then the right hand side, on the right hand side, top right hand side, you find medical imaging and diagnostics, a very important area, an area in which I have been working in the last three to 4 years, and I have become very involved in this research. It talks about diagnostic error prevention, and then I'll talk about a little bit about a particular case in diagnostics. How do we get medical imaging insights from a data and early diagnosis of very serious diseases? Now, let me talk about a little bit about an area in which we have worked, and we have a small project which is on the citizen facing right now. It's called swasthai.in, and it is actually a project which was started by Reliance to detect diabetic retinopathy. Diabetic retinopathy is a very common condition among diabetes patients, and majority of the cases, many cases, the people who are suffering from diabetes are not even aware of it. Okay, and in India, it is not very common that you go to a eye specialist for your eye care every year. I think we don't do that as a practice. So what happens, people may have diabetes or diabetic retinopathy for months and years, and only when it becomes very serious and vision threatening, people go to a doctor, to an eye specialist, and by that time, unfortunately, it is too late, and many people end up losing their sight or losing their vision or become impaired, which is very unfortunate. And it is avoidable. It is very avoidable. So according to studies, more than 30 crore people, or 35 crore people roughly today, are suffering from this disease in India. It's a huge number. Almost 25-30% of the population of India is suffering from diabetes and diabetic complications. Okay, so I will discuss it a little more in details little later. Let me finish this here. So on the left hand side again, on the left hand side below, a very important area again is a part of life sciences as opposed to clinical sciences. So what I talked about just now, imaging is basically clinical sciences, and drug discovery and drug design, gene analysis, and comparative effectiveness of drugs comes under life sciences. Okay, these are two major pillars of healthcare. And there are a lot of studies going on in drug discovery and drug design. Many companies, when I was in CDAC, CDAC was in about 15 years ago. It was in the forefront of drug discovery and drug design using high performance computing. By that time, the high performance computing was kind of evolving, and most applications require very high high-end computers. Today, drug discovery and drug design is done by startups and using a lot of modern algorithms, hardware which is available today as opposed to 15 years ago. And on the right hand side below, you have the management aspects of it. For example, what is the pricing of drugs, and what is the risk involved in developing a drug, brand management, market research, and so on. So basically, this quadrangle here is not very technical, but nevertheless very important for any successful project in this area. So my interest probably is in this area of diagnostics in imaging, medical imaging. and also on the left-hand side, automated diagnosis and prescription using Internet of Things and Internet of Medical Things. Okay, so let's take forward. So, what is the relevance of all this to academic research? Many of today's participants are academicians, academics, professors, teachers. So, most of the research in AI in medicine and healthcare basically boils down to these areas: image processing, computer vision, machine learning, deep learning, which I think is not necessarily a domain of any particular department today. You find machine learning, deep learning pretty much used in all departments. Signal processing, of course, is a very electronic kind of a domain, embedded systems, and networking. So if you look at all these areas, if you are working in these areas, and I'm sure most of you are, this is the area where this is the kind of expertise which is required to get into this research of AI in medicine. Okay, so I'll go one by one. Now I'll talk about imaging and computer vision for a minute. Now, computer vision and AI is not very new. It's been around for almost more than 10 years now. Computer vision is an older discipline, and AI and computer vision and machine learning came together sometime about 8 to 10 years ago. And today we can very safely say that in many cases, machines are doing a better and faster job than even doctors. Okay. And I'm not saying it in a very loose manner. There is a study done by FDA, Federal Drug Administration of USA, which says in particular that there are certain studies in which they have found that the outcome of AI and computer vision systems and the analysis and the diagnosis has been a little better than specialist doctors. Then today, there are organizations which are working on very large data sets, such as the genome-wide association studies. Hundreds of petabytes of data is being used to get a lot of patient and data and insights about various diseases. Okay. Now, unfortunately, this study could not catch many of the COVID-related issues, but I'm sure today many scientists and researchers and academics are working towards so that if we ever, God forbid, walk into a third phase or fourth phase, we'll be better prepared to deal with such diseases. Now, using AI, many health providers, and I can cite some startups also. Some startups in India and which can analyze and interpret data more precisely, as I said, and do an early diagnosis. Okay. So today, if you go to a doctor, the routine examination which we go through actually any serious problem, or if you have a problem, you take such and such medicine and come back to me after 2 or 3 months. 90% of the diagnoses or treatments are in this kind of a scenario where come back to me and see me after 2 months, come back, and take this medicine. Very few studies actually look at early diagnosis of diseases which are long term. Okay. For example, can a patient go to a diagnostic center and can he be scanned for a disease which he might encounter 5 years, 8 years down the line? Okay. As of today, I doubt if there is such a treatment available traditionally. Some techniques in computer vision and image that if you take a selfie, there are algorithms available in computer vision and machine learning which can deliberately say what are the chances of this candidate getting cancer after 2 years, 5 years, 8 years down the line. just by taking a selfie. Okay. Now, obviously, I mean, I'm not saying that people and sending it to all kinds of places. Obviously, there has to be some kind of responsibility in such diagnostics. But what I'm saying is, technically, it is possible. It is possible to take a selfie and find out whether a person is open to risk for any serious disease in the next. The same person walks into a diagnostic traditional diagnostic lab and gets a blood sample or tissue sample done, nothing may come out. Okay, so this is one breakthrough which we have seen in the last few years using computer vision in image processing. So prior art today is that you'll find a lot of algorithms and applications of AI assisted image analysis, especially in radiology. Okay, almost every radiological image today can be analyzed to a level where it would be very difficult for a radiologist to study. Okay. I don't know if you're aware, the radiologist today looks at more than 100 images in a day. I'm talking about radiologists working in a hospital. He looks more than 100 images in a day, and it is 100 images in a day and be accurate every time, all the time. He makes mistakes unknowingly. These mistakes can turn out to be fatal. Okay, so even radiologists today are easily accepting such systems because it removes a lot of overwork from radiologic departments, and removes a lot of stress from radiologists, to be responsible for analysis. So what he gets from these AI assisted analysis is a lot of feedback, a lot of decision support. And I'll show you an example. Okay. So this is one area in which a lot of work has already been done, a lot of work is still to be done. Contribute. Another area is digital pathology to diagnose tissue samples. In pathology, there's a concept called whole slide analysis. A whole slide analysis actually is an analysis of very large. Okay. It could go up to 1024 into 1024 pixels. And analyzing such large images by microscope is a very time-consuming affair, very time-consuming. So one such whole slide of 1024 by 1024 pixels can take 3 to 4 hours for a pathologist to find out all the areas and find if there are any abnormalities. Whereas a computer vision and image processing algorithm can process it in fraction of a second. Okay. So this system can actually analyze tens of thousands of such images in a day, as opposed to maybe 5 or 10 images of this kind by a pathologist. Okay. So digital pathology also has become a very, very popular, especially in large hospitals, although it has not come to smaller hospitals and clinics, and especially in rural areas. So that is what we have to discuss and deliberate. How do we take this technology to the rural areas? Now, this is an example of diabetic retinopathy. So the way it works, when a person develops diabetes, many times the symptoms are not very obvious in the beginning, and people don't even know they have diabetes till after some time their vision gets blurred like this. Okay, you start seeing like black dots like this in your vision. Okay. To a doctor, and if you're lucky, a doctor can say, well, you have come to me at the right time, and I'll give you this medication, and come back to me after 3 months, 6 months, and we'll have a test again. But 90% of the cases in such scenarios, it is too late. It's too late. And by the time the patient goes to a doctor and doctor looks at this, he says, "I'm sorry, you have to get operated." An operation is not guaranteed that it will be successful. So the patient goes into a procedure, and again, 80% of the cases, it is not successful because these are irreversible physiological phenomenon here. Now, how do we handle this? We have a project which is going on in Reliance right now. How do we handle this? So there are 2.5 lakh centers in India today, Reliance centers. We call them as the digital service centers. Actually, the all 2.5 lakh centers have not been deployed, but we have started in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. So we have a DSC center in a village or a small town where you don't have too many doctors, especially you don't have too many specialist doctors. You may have doctors, but it's very difficult to find eye doctors in small towns and in villages. Very difficult. Just to add, a little bit of side information. There are only 28,000 registered eye specialists in the country.
Should I request a guest that we can resume? Okay, thank you. So, sir, sorry for the interruption once again. So we can resume the presentation now.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Excuse me. I had stopped, here, talking about diabetic retinopathy and how, you can use AI and Internet of Things to be able to make a social impact. So you go to the rural areas, you monitor people on a regular basis, and before it becomes untreatable, you take him to the right treatment. So that is one aspect of AI in medicine. Then what are the Internet of Things or Internet of Medical Things, IOMT, which are becoming very prevalent and also extremely useful in diagnosing of many diseases. For example, people who suffer from complex respiratory diseases such as asthma or bronchitis, uh, they are they are expected to be monitored very closely, not once in a month or once in a week or once in 2 months, but on a regular basis. So these IOMT sensors and devices actually monitor a person's breathing pattern. Okay, so it's a device which is connected to your chest, like a patch. Okay, and it monitors your breathing pattern on a regular basis and collects this information in a cloud, and the database is generated, and a lot of such AI algorithms are run to see if there is any potential risk to the patient. So if this breathing patterns are going to cause some sudden, uh, you know, kind of a jerk or fall or something, which can be predicted, it's called predictive analytics. It can also look at the gait of a person and find out if the person is suffering from Alzheimer's disease or any such disease or even strokes. So these are very useful. I mean, 10, 15 years ago, there was no such thing. I mean, if somebody was suffering from asthma, I mean, I myself am a patient of asthma. I know there was no way to monitor all this. You have to visit doctor every month, and then he will keep on changing your medicines. And if you're lucky, you'll come out of it. Otherwise, you can even go to a hospital, for a few days. So these things have become very common. Now there are companies which have come up with smart patches. You just stick those patches on your chest or in your neck somewhere, and they will there are sensors built into those patches, and they will monitor your vital signs such as blood pressure, pulse, oxygen level, saturation, heartbeat, and all that, and send it to a cloud where some data analytics is running, AI algorithms are running to give any alert if there's a problem with the person. And third, which we have used recently, is a smartphone-based fundus camera. So take your regular smartphone, okay, and convert that into a fundus camera. Fundus cameras are very expensive if you want to buy. Fundus camera in the market is of anything between 20 lakhs to maybe 60 lakhs. But I can take a regular smartphone, convert it into fundus camera, and deploy it in a rural area very effectively. Okay, so it's very affordable now. So rural citizens actually can make use of all this without paying a very hefty fees. Okay, we don't expect a rural citizen to pay 1,500 rupees for every visit to a doctor. Not possible. But can he pay 5 rupees? Can he pay 10 rupees a month? Something like that. It cannot be free all the time, but 10 rupees, 5 rupees a month is something they can pay. And they can come to a center where an agent or an operator will scan their retinas using a special software called fundus camera software, and send it to our cloud. And we do a lot of processing, and we rate those patients. If the patient is rated above a certain number, he sent a SMS that please come and see a doctor. And in the back end, we take care of all the appointments and scheduling and everything. So many patients have been treated like this, and many patients have been able to save their own vision because of this. Okay. So what are the Internet of Medical things which are available today? If you look at the right hand side, these are the different sensors which can be installed on a body. Okay. Accelerometer is used to find out if you are running or you are walking slowly, or even if your gait is not stable. Altimeter cameras, ECG, electromyograph to find out the health of your muscles, EMG and location GPS, microphones. All these things are possible now. So they are available to be installed or to be deployed as headbands or as badges, which is regular, like an ID, like a school or college or a company ID. It can be put on your chest, or maybe small camera clips, smartwatches, and a lot of sensors embedded in clothing, in clothing or on your skin, like a patch. All these things, sensors are today available, and a lot of research is going on how to use them more effectively, especially for people who have come out of post ICU candidates, and even people who are suffering from long-term diseases such as heart disease, diabetes, strokes, and things like that. Okay, so another area of research. Now, another reason why AI in medical or healthcare has become very popular in the last few years is because there are many publicly available data sets available. Public data sets available. I'll give you just few examples. Open fMRI is a very large data set of all MRI, brain MRI tumor images. Okay, more than 23 or 24,000 images. OASIS is a huge data set of neuroimaging data set. APTOS is a data set of 82 gigabytes of diabetic retinopathy images. IPAX also is similar, something like 9.5 GB, and there are many more. Okay, if somebody is interested, I can send an email to them with a list of data sets which are available. So these are just a few data sets which are available, which are used by researchers all over the globe, everywhere. Now, what are the challenges? Okay, we spoke about the benefits of AI in healthcare, but what are the challenges? Why sometimes we find obstacles in deploying AI in healthcare? Number one is very, very obvious. We have been talking about it for a very long time. Security. Security has become a buzzword in almost every industry. So obviously, you cannot ignore security in healthcare. Absolutely important. I will not take much because it's a very mature subject, and many solutions available off the shelf. However, data privacy is not something which is very common. Okay, especially in India, privacy laws have still not come into the public yet. Okay, there are no privacy laws. I mean, strong privacy laws, especially in the healthcare business. Okay, however, many governments abroad, like in European Union and US and some other countries in Latin America, have very strong laws and frameworks. Laws, I say, to ensure privacy of patient. In some countries, the privacy of a patient is prioritized higher than laws on terrorism, which means that they will ensure a privacy of a citizen or a patient, even though it may lead to terrorism. So that is how serious they take privacy in some countries. That they don't mind if there's a terrorist attack, but they will not let somebody privacy be hampered. And third one is what we call as explainable AI, which means in a medical profession, when a doctor takes a decision, for example, it takes a decision that you have a condition or you don't have a condition, either way, it has certain repercussions and responsibility in those decisions. If the decisions go wrong, the doctor is held responsible for it. How responsible and to what degree is a matter of debate. But the doctor and the hospital are responsible to some degree, although they sign a lot of documents, claiming that they will not be responsible. But ethically, they are responsible. So any decision when AI system takes in respect of medicine or healthcare has to be explainable. You should be able to explain the results in a very deterministic manner to a patient or to a group of doctors or to law enforcement agency. Okay? And today, generic AI is not is like a black box. Okay? Many things are not explainable. It's like a black box. You have input, you have an output. 98% of the time, the input output match, but hell, I will not be able to explain how it matches. But in medical, that may not work. So it is a very huge area of research to be able to explain these results. So I'll just talk about some research opportunities which are available in this area, which anybody can take up. Okay, there's a very well-known project called MONAI, which is very active. It came into the public domain, I think 6 months ago, sometime in September, October 2020. Started by top universities like MIT, University of California, Davis, Georgia Tech, Carnegie Mellon, and many other institutions. And it is a specialized library for healthcare. Okay, so what it can do, it can do a lot of, it has a lot of classification algorithms, segmentation algorithms, volumetric segmentation, 2D and 3D segmentation and classification. Okay, so it's a very active project. We are part of this project ourselves, and there are many Indian professors abroad who also are part of it. And the three problem statements which are which somebody can take up. One is 2D or 3D classification of diabetic retinopathy, which we are working on. Then problem statement number 2 is 2D or 3D segmentation of brain tumors, and also abdominal CT scans. Okay. This work is very in very initial stages, and a lot of open problems are available to work in this. And problem number 3, again, very important, and very little work has been done, is called federated learning for privacy preserving AI. So this statement or this problem actually works on how do we ensure that my data is not leaked. Okay. So one solution to that is called federated learning, in which we install models in different clinics and hospitals, and machine learning takes place locally, and no data actually comes out of that particular device to any central location. So no data, for example, no eye retina data or no brain scan or anything comes out of that to the central location. What comes out of it is only learning. So you get only learning out of it, but not the actual data. So your privacy is preserved. Okay, nobody has access to any data inside your premises, and the learning takes place in a federated manner, which means I have multiple small models learning. Each model learning is inputted to a central model which learns. So this learning is nothing but, in terms of machine learning, is nothing but weights. It's a file which has weights, and weights have no data inside it. So what the central location gets is nothing but a mathematical function in weights, no data. Very important problem statement in Munai. Second project is called Project Captum, which is again a very new project which has come out of Facebook. It's a Facebook project, and it is being used for explainable AI for medical diagnostics. So how do we make diagnostics deterministic, or in other words, explainable? That if I get this diagnosis, how can I explain this in terms of a medical doctor? Okay, very important. So this is another project which is very new, started sometime last year, late last year, Project Captum. And third project is called Project Krypton, which is the security framework for machine learning algorithms. So we have talked a lot about privacy of the patient, okay, which is very understandable, and we respect that. But what about the technology provider? Okay, what about you develop some algorithm which is unique, which is patentable, or which has a lot of intellectual property in it? How can you secure your machine learning algorithm? Okay, so if I download my algorithm into a local server in somebody's machine, somebody's hospital's machine, my algorithm is not secure. It's open to a lot of hacking and plagiarism and things like that. So how do we ensure that when I download my algorithm to a server, okay, it remains in encrypted format. It does its job, but it's encrypted. So nobody can look into the black box and find out my algorithm. Okay. So we have to take care of the both sides. One is for the patient, very important. And from a technology provider perspective, how do we secure machine learning and other AI algorithms? Okay, for IPR and other copyright issues. Okay, even from a commercial point of view, if I were running a commercial organization which is based on some machine learning algorithm, I'd be very interested to secure my algorithm so that it is not open to anybody else. Okay, so there are some certain entrepreneurship opportunities available to students, within the framework of what we are doing. One is a web-based AI-assisted diagnostic service for radiology. It's a very emerging area. Some companies have come up, some startups have come up in India. They're doing very well. However, there's a huge market for this, where you submit a radiology report to this service, and then they respond with AI-based diagnostics on it, which is sent back to the radiologist. So radiologist will be assisted by this service. So instead of spending 2 hours on it, he'll spend only 5 minutes and give you a diagnosis. That is one. Number two is how do we ensure that we have this private and secure AI infrastructure, especially for smaller hospitals and clinics in tier 3 cities and small towns and villages, because most of the larger hospitals and corporate hospitals probably already are moving in this area. Okay, they have hired big companies to install such infrastructure. But what about small hospitals? Okay, so there's a lot of startup opportunities available to offer these services to smaller hospitals as some kind of a subscription kind of pricing model. It's a very important and upcoming entrepreneurship opportunity. And third one, which is obviously quite useful, is diabetic retinopathy detection in rural India. In rural India, the presence of ophthalmologists or eye surgeons is almost zero, I can say. Okay, I have not found any eye specialist sitting in a village, even of a village of 1 lakh or 2 lakh population. It is difficult to find eye specialists. Okay, so most of the time people end up getting not getting screened at all, and even if they get screened, they don't have access to proper expertise. So diabetic retinopathy, in addition to being a commercial entrepreneurship opportunity, is also an opportunity with a huge social impact. Now, there are certain schemes and policies in government which are available for all of these. You may be knowing some of them. One of the more popular one is called TIDE of Government of India, MIT. As of now, I remember there are 27 centers across the country, and the condition is that you have to be an institution offering degree courses to be eligible for this. Okay. So any institution, whether it's a private or public supported institution, can apply for it. I have been involved in setting up one, and it is not very difficult. There's a lot of paperwork in it, but it's very possible. So what Government of India will do is that they will provide a lot of funds to set up such a center in a college. They'll even offer as a salary to administrative staff for travel, publication of papers, filing of patents and IPR. Okay, all of those things are covered. So there's one opportunity, one scheme which is available. Then another scheme which is available in MIT is called Multiplier Grant Scheme, which is not necessarily for academic. Although academic people can apply for it, it is not necessary for them. It can be used by students, a group of students who have a novel idea of a technology, and they want some seed money to take it to the market. So if you have a group of students who have developed something, some proof of concept or prototype, and they want money to take it to the market, multiply grant scheme gives you money, I think up to 2 crore rupees. To my understanding, last time I saw, up to 2 crore can be given to take it to the market. And when you go to the market and you make it commercial, then government of India will have some kind of a what do you call partnership in it. Okay, 25%, 20%, I don't know, something like that. Make a company and using government money, then government will also become a stakeholder in that sense. Then Department of Science and Technology have this program called KVPY, which is Kishore Vaigyanik Protoshan Yojana, which is also open to students and also advises the students as a group. So this is also one program. And Innovation in Science Pursuit for Inspired Research program, also part of DST. So these 4 programs are very active. I was personally involved in number 1 and 2, Multiply Grant Scheme and TIDE. Have taken their products, innovation to the public, to commercialize, and they become successful. And later on, Government of India exits from that. There's some scheme, and then they exit from that scheme, and then they let the startup to carry on from there. Okay, so I will strongly encourage all of you to look into these programs. And finally, if you're interested in such a similar scheme, Reliance Foundation also has schemes, where they Reliance Foundation, and also there's another program under Reliance Foundation which is for entrepreneurs and startups, where if you have a good proposal, Reliance will fund the whole proposal to take it to the market. Okay. But obviously there are many steps you have to follow. It's called Gen Next, and it's open to everybody, to the public, and you have to submit your proposal. There's a committee which goes through the proposal. There'll be a presentation, and sometimes a huge money is invested. I cannot tell you exactly how much, but in tens and tens of crores it can be given to such companies if they meet the criteria. And to date, after I joined Reliance in 2017, I think more than 75 companies, startups, have been funded to the tune of 1,000 crores total. Okay, so that is the quantum of money which is given in terms of innovation, and some of the companies have become quite big. You probably have noticed, the names of these companies. Imbibe is one of them, and many companies. I don't remember all the names, but 75 companies of them, all of them, I think most of them have become quite successful. Now, if you want to apply for any research in one of these schemes, or even for any of the corporate schemes, these are the basic requirements: good grasp of mathematics, obviously linear algebra, statistics, calculus, number theory, intermediate level of experience in Python and PyTorch, because we use PyTorch extensively in our projects. Not that any other framework is not acceptable, but most of our work within especially my group, is on Python, PyTorch. Interest in signal processing, adaptive systems, adaptive signal processing, embedded systems, and obviously AI, and no formal background required in medicine or healthcare. A lot of people may think that to get into AI for healthcare, you need some kind of a background in medicine or healthcare. That is not true. I have people in my group. None of us have any formal background in medicine or healthcare. However, we have done a lot of self-study, and understood enough jargon, enough terminology to be able to follow what is going on. But we don't need to be MD, medical doctors, or
Hello. Hello, Nikhat ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, sir, for such an informative session, and it was very much knowledgeable. And my question is, you have told that there is some data set available which we can take, and based on that, we can do some research or implement some algorithm access to hospital data. So how, which one is better to take, the hospital raw data and then process it, or the data from internet to take it and then do apply algorithm on them?
well, see, one is that the data which we are talking about, data sets, these are curated data sets which are very well curated for research purposes. However, if you collect data from local hospitals, obviously it will be better, but you have to do a lot of processing on it, and the amount of data which you need may not be enough from one hospitals to get the required data. For example, this APTOS data set of IE, it has more than 75,000 images. Now, getting 75,000 images from one hospital. So,
Yes, sir.
for many training purposes, they use these data sets which are available. But for fine tuning that your results, your base results, you have to use local data sets. So both are important. Both are very important.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Available in mail if we ask any query. If we actually, I am very much interested in AI in healthcare, and I have several various publications in that also. So I during my PhD I did not work on AI in healthcare, but AI in something else. So now I want to resume my research on AI in healthcare. So if I require your help, sir, would you please help me?
Certainly, please email me, and then whatever is available with me, I will share with you, and then we can have a discussion.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, anyone? Yeah. Nikhil madam, continue.
Okay. So I can leave now.
Nikhil madam, any question?
No, sir, no.
No. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So now we break for lunch, and after lunch, all the participants are requested to join at 2 p.m. With the same link.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, ma'am. Very good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes. Safia, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Nikhat ma'am is there.
Okay, okay. Nikhat, ma'am, when we are going to start?
We will start. It's 2 o'clock.
Okay. So, are we ready?
Yes,
Everyone? Okay, no problem. Go
all
ahead,
are
ma'am.
ready. Now we are moving ahead with the next session. Our speaker for this session is Advocate Amruta Kulkarni ma'am. And ma'am is an LLM in IPR. She is a senior trademark associate at Brainiac IP Solutions. Ma'am has registered Indian trademark attorney, visiting faculty to Savitribai Phule Pune University, with experience in intellectual property right for more than 2 years. And at Brennick IP Solutions, she has handled trademark and copyright filing in India and US. Uh, she has also handled IP infringement cases, drafting notices, licensing, and assignments of IP. She has also conducted seminars and workshops on IPR for students and faculty and various startups. Today, she is with us and she is going to share her wisdom and knowledge on intellectual property rights. We welcome you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the introduction. And yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. Before we proceed ahead, please let me know if my voice is clear to you.
Yes,
And
ma'am, you are audible.
yeah, am I visible properly?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. I'll just present my screen and we'll just start.
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible. You may begin with the session.
Okay, thank you so much. So, yeah, before we start ahead, let me just tell you that we would like this to be an interactive session because it's a very interesting topic, and I believe you all also must be having many inputs to contribute to this discussion. Yeah. So let's just start with the concept of what exactly intellectual property rights. So you must have come across this terminology before, or for doing some work. Have you come across this term or this concept? Or would you like to give me any inputs?
Yes, ma'am, we have encountered this term before also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Would you like to tell me what exactly do you interpret by intellectual property or the intellectual property
That is a rights which a person is having over maybe a particular document, painting, or something like that.
Okay. Yes. Anyone else?
Madam, currently, so recently we have opened a section in our college that is called
Huh?
IPR sale. There
Okay.
we are trying to copyright our algorithms, which we are recently implementing, and our students are implementing. We are trying to get the copyright on them. And
Okay.
some patents we want to file, and we in
Hmm.
future we are going to file some patents. So this kind of thing is intellectual property rights. And personally, I have worked on some intellectual property rights, that is in technical terms I can say that I have worked on watermarking technique, so that
Hmm.
copyright can be there for a particular, suppose some medical image, or their uh, copyright can be incorporated. So that much idea I have.
Okay, great, great. So what I can infer is that more or less we have come across these concepts maybe for the copyrights or say for the patents, because we all work in educational institutions, and that's why we do come across these terminologies. But before we go in detail to understand what are the types and what are the detailing of each types of intellectual property right, we'll briefly try to understand what is exactly mean by intellectual property right. Yeah. So of course there is inclusion of intellectual creation, something which is created by human intellect, something which is the output of human brain and human intellectual creation. It is included in intellectual property right. So when such intellectual creation is coupled with a protection which is legally given by that particular territory, then there comes the concept of intellectual property rights. So rights which are associated with the human creation, associated with human intellectual output, these are called as intellectual property rights. So there has to be something which is created from the scratch by using human intellect. Then if that proper output is protected legally, then there arises the concept of intellectual property rights. Now when we say a product of human intellect or any creation, what exactly we mean by it? So intellectual property is nothing but something like any another property which we have, which we can create, which we can possess, which we can exercise our rights over, and which we can also destroy. Yeah. So intellectual property is nothing different than any another type of property, and it can be equally considered as an important asset. Now let's try to differentiate any another property. Intellectual property can be created, it can be sold to another person or given as a renting, or it can be exchanged. Yeah. Intellectual property, the main important purpose of holding intellectual property is that once you have that property, you will not allow any another person from using it, right? Just like how will you allow any another stranger to enter your house or to just get your car? No. Why? Because it's our property. Yeah. Similarly, intellectual property works. So the basic understanding of having it as your asset is that the first right you have is prevent unauthorized use. Now, if at all there is any unauthorized use or uh, any use of these rights, then there are legal remedies so that we can protect our property like any another property. Now, what are the differences? So the first thing and very important thing is that unlike other properties which can be seen, which can be visibly perceived by us, intellectual properties are not tangible properties. Yeah, I hope we understand the difference between tangible and intangible. Tangible is something which we can sense physically, which we can see through our eyes, which we can feel it by touch. Yeah, just like for example, this is my phone, so this is my property. It's a tangible property which we can see, which can be felt using the touch. But intangible property is something which you cannot produce in physical form, which you cannot say touch it or pursue it by any other senses, and that's why it is called as intangible property. Second thing is that intellectual properties are non-exhausting by consumption. What do we mean by that? For example, if I possess a bank balance of say 10,000 rupees as my property, if I keep on using it, somewhere there will be a day when I'll be out of money. Yeah. So I can exhaust the entire property which I have by using it endlessly. But in the case of intellectual property, what happens as it is an output of human intellect and human creation, at the most, what can happen is that you can stop using it, but that property itself, it cannot be extinguished. Yeah, it cannot be exhausted by end of it. What can happen at least that you will stop using it, you will stop exercising any rights over it. Yeah. So are these differences clear? So what are the similarities between intellectual property?
Madam, sorry to disturb, but
Yeah.
you are if the participants say that if you are changing the slides, then it is
Uh-huh.
not happening on the screen. And
Yeah. Can you see it
presentation
now?
not change it. Not change it.
No, ma'am.
It's not changed?
First PPT, just yeah, show me
The first slide only.
Ma'am,
and
you
that
have to
should be
share
the
your entire
presentation mode.
screen.
Oh, is it? One second, one second.
Follow me, madam. Otherwise, we can present from our end.
Yeah, so right now, you didn't see any difference in the screen?
No, no, no.
Okay,
No.
I'll just share my entire screen. I'm so sorry. Just a minute. Is it visible?
Yeah, presenting.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So, are we clear with my discussion regarding this slide?
No, no, no. For only discussion that yeah.
Okay, okay. I'll repeat it for you. Yeah. Thank you for letting me know. Please let me know if the visuals and my audio is not in sync with it. It must be a technical error. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll just brief you through what we discussed. We were discussing the similarities between intellectual property and other properties. Yeah. So intellectual properties can be bought, it can be created, it can be sold, it can be exchanged to another person like any another property. Like other properties, for intellectual properties, if we own it, we have the right to prevent unauthorized use. Yeah. For example, if we have our other property like our house, our car, we will not allow any unauthorized person to use it because it is our own property. Similarly, we can prevent any third party use for our intellectual properties. Also, like other properties, intellectual properties, we have legal remedies to enforce it if there is any unauthorized use. Yeah. So, are we clear with the similarities?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Now we are coming to the difference part when intellectual property is coming under the category of intangible property. Am I audible?
Yes,
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 ma'am,
ma'am.
you are
Yeah.
audible, ma'am.
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. So intangible property, what do we mean by intangible? So anything which cannot be seen, which cannot be perceived by our eyes or by touch, it is said as intangible. So all our property, like our house, our car, the money, or any furniture which we own, when we are considering as our property, that can be seen. That those properties they can be produced. That's why they are called as tangible property. Whereas intellectual property is not something which is in any physical form, and that's why it is called as intangible property. Now, second difference between other properties and intellectual property is that intellectual property is non-exhausting by consumption. So any another property can be exhausted by consumption, by endless use of it. For example, if we keep on using the money in our bank balance, someday it is going to end. Someday we are going to be out of money. Yeah. But if intellectual properties are something which are creation of human intellect, the output of human creation. And that's why at the most what can happen is that we can stop using it. Yeah. But the property itself, it doesn't get exhausted by just the use of it. So are we clear about this? What are the basic differences between any other property and intellectual property?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now, intellectual property is considered as a very important tool to commercialize it or as a tool for earning. Yeah. So, intellectual property is not just the creation, but also if right strategies are involved and right minds are put to commercializing it, you can get a very good economic advantage out of it. Now let's try to understand what are the basic types of intellectual properties which are recognized here in India. So, in the introduction itself, we discussed about patents, and somebody was talking about watermarking, which comes under the copyright. Yeah. So, patent, trademark, copyright, designs, geographical indications, trade secret, then plant breeders' rights. So, these are the basic types of intellectual properties which are recognized here in India. Now, what exactly can be protected when we are saying a patent is protected, or here this portion is protected under the copyright, or this will come under the design? How can we recognize that? So what exactly is the subject matter? What exactly is protected in each of these intellectual property? Let's just try to understand that. Now, can you see the image of Coca-Cola here?
Yes, yes, madam. Yes.
The most favorite drink of all. Yeah. So, would you like to guess what can be protected in each of these property here by looking at this image?
Is that the logo?
Yes. It will be protected under what? Okay, no problem. We have
Copyright, I
recognized.
think.
Okay. Yeah. Copyright.
Trademarks.
Okay. Trademark. Logo. For logo, we have got two properties: copyright and trademark. Yes. Okay. Any other guess?
Design
Industrial
of
design.
bottle.
Industrial design.
Industrial design.
The shape of the bottle.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So, yes, anyone would like to add input?
Madam, is it industrial design?
Yes.
Or ma'am, the formula of how Coca-Cola is made.
Uh-huh. Any guess where it will come to patent, copyright, trademark, trade secret? Yeah. So just try to understand which portion of this product will fall into which category. Yeah. So the very first part, the name itself, that is the brand of this particular cold drink, the Coca-Cola, the way it is written, the way it is displayed on the product in that particular form, in that particular color combination is protected as a trademark, right? Then we have is the copyright. So the name itself, the Coca-Cola, the text, only the text, the way it is written and the name itself is protected as a copyright. Then the design of the bottle, that somebody rightly said, the shape of the bottle is a design protection. Yeah. So the way that bottle is designed with its shape and those vertical lines which are given on that glass structure, it is protected as a design. And of course, the product inside it, which nobody in the world knows the recipe of, right? Anybody knows here how Coca-Cola is made?
No, madam.
No? Why?
Because of trade secret, it is
Yes.
not disclosed to anybody.
Exactly. So, as this entire beverages industry is developed on just one important intellectual property, and that is nothing else but the trade secret. Yeah. Nobody knows what the formula is comprised of, how exactly that cold drink is made. And that's why it is again an intellectual property. Also, the tin of Coca-Cola, the can which comes in the smaller size. The opening mechanism of this particular can was patented when it was invented. Yeah. So if we just come at one product, one small product, which is a daily use product, a small beverage bottle, you see how all intellectual properties are combined to create that particular product. So even just looking at it, we will realize how important the intellectual properties functions are in our day-to-day life. Yeah. Look everywhere, in wherever you are sitting right now, the TV in front of you, the mobile phone you are using, the furniture you are sitting on, or the AC you are using, everything is filled with inventions, the brands, and the mechanism in it. So what is all? It's nothing but the intellectual properties. Yeah, and that's why intellectual properties make a very important part of our life and the way we are facing the development to our life. Now, let's try to discuss the details of each intellectual property, which are the basic types of intellectual property. So, the patents, what comes under the patent is that invention, and invention can be product or the process. Then the design. Design essentially includes the shape of the product, and the product can be anything. For the copyright, essentially it is the protection over any intellectual creation. Yeah. So there has to be some artistic creation, and the protection given to that is considered as the copyright. Then the trademark. Trademark is a protection over brand, the goodwill behind that brand, and how that product is going to communicate it to the consumers. Geographical indication is something which is associated with particular goods or services which are coming out of that particular territory, and that's why there is an association between the geographical territory and the goods or the services which are arising out of it. Then the trade secret, which we right now discussed, it is something on which the entire business is developed, and it could be anything. It could be a formula, it could be a recipe of any food item. Yeah, it could be in any format. Then the last intellectual properties, IC layout and designs. This is nothing but a circuitry elements or circuit which is used in any switchboards or something. The design of that particular circuit is protected as a IC layout designs. Yeah. So this was just a phase introduction about all these IPs. Now we are going to discuss in detail what is included in each of the IP. So let's try to understand what we mean by the patent. Anyone would like to hear give any input about what patent is? Any idea? Has anyone filed patent here? Have you come across the patenting system, or have you come across any theoretical or practical aspect of patenting? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah.
But as because we have recently opened the IPR cell in our college, so we would like to learn from you so that we can
No
apply those
problem.
knowledge in that.
No problem.
And
No
already
problem.
we have started that work also about the patent.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That is great.
One
That
group
is
is there.
great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So patent, as we just now in last slide, in the introductory part we discussed, patent is always granted over an invention. Yeah. And that invention can be a product or it can be a process. Now, what is the patent grant? What do we mean by it? So patent is nothing but a right which is granted by the government. Why that right is granted? It is granted in exchange of the complete disclosure of the invention. Yeah. So for example, you have created something. For example, I have invented this mobile phone. So I have invented this entire machine, a mobile phone. Now I want to get a patent grant. Yeah. So what I will do is that I will disclose how I have invented this particular product, this particular machine, how I have created it. This complete information I will disclose to the government, and in exchange of that, the government will give me the grant, the legal right to protect my particular invention, and it is called as a patent grant. Okay. So why it is given is because we invent something and we want to protect it. So we submit our disclosure, our information to the government, and in exchange of that, government gives us right. So what government gives us is a monopoly, that is an exclusive right to use that particular product for 20 years. Okay. So 20 years is the term of granted patent. Yeah. So from the date of application, this term is to be calculated. And once we get this right, we get the exclusive right to use this particular patent for 20 years. So nobody else in the India, if you have filed a patent in India, nobody else can use that invention without your permission. Okay, so that is what the patent grant is meant by. Now, what can be protected as a patent? So, as I said, it could be a product, it could be a process, it could be a composition of different elements or different matters, it could be any machine or any improvement. Yeah. So, here, what do we mean by improvement? So, it can be anything improved or any enhancement which is developed or created in any product or process which is already in existence. Yeah, so it could be something newly creation of product or the process or composition of elements, a new machine or set of machines, or you have just enhanced one product which is already there in existence. So these all elements can be protected as a patent. But the very basic criteria to get a patent is that it has to be new. Okay, it has to be new, it has to be novel, it has to be something which is created from the scratch. So now what do we mean by it? Why we say that it has to be new and we cannot get patent over something which is already there in existence? Now, first criteria to get the patent in India is the novelty. So novelty means that particular invention, it should not be made, created, or seen or used by anyone in India. Okay, and only when if this criteria fulfills, we can get this patent. So the first criteria is of novelty, the newness, then the inventive step. So what do we mean by inventive step? So inventive step is something by which it means that a person who is familiar with that particular field, a person who is skilled in that art, should be able to understand it as a new technology, as a new invention. Yeah. So there has to be something inventive. There has to be something inventive step which is involved in that machine. Then only it will be considered as a patentable. For example, we all have seen this product, the glue stick. Yeah. Now, if we just compare this glue stick and if we compare lipstick, yeah, what do you think if this glue stick is already there in present, it is in existence. Now, if I invent a product, lipstick, and if I want to get the patent for that, can I get it? Any idea, any guess? What do you think?
I think no, ma'am.
No? Any reason?
Maybe this product is available. Yes, if you are doing some changes, something different, that can be possible.
Yeah. So basically, when patentability criteria are judged, the first thing has to be there that there should not be just replacement of elements. Yeah. So in glue stick and lipstick, what we are doing is that we are just replacing that particular substance, which is a glue, and in the lipstick. So what we are doing is that we are just replacing it. The mechanism of rolling remains the same. Yeah, the entire functioning of that product remains the same. So what here is the inventive step? Will there be any inventive step here? No. Yeah, we are just replacing and rearranging the main substance, but the functions, the mechanism of that product, it remains the same, and that's why it cannot be patented. Okay, I hope I'm able to make you understand what is the importance of inventive step. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Now, the third important criteria is the utility. Now, for example, if I have created something Any, for example, if I have this, okay, this is something which I have created, and it is, imagine something very extraordinary product which moves, which walks, or something like that. But this has no use whatsoever. Yeah, it is just for the display, or it has no use. Can it get patented? No. The important thing is that whatever is created, whatever is invented, there has to be some utility essentially which will benefit the society, which will benefit the consumers. Yeah. So there has to be something inventive step using which the benefit has to be given to the consumers, to the society. So you cannot get patent over something which is of absolutely no use, yeah, which is of absolutely no benefit in the working aspect. Yeah. So these three elements are very important when we are considering the patentability criteria. That is the novelty, the inventive step, and the use of that particular product. Now, one small point I would like to add here, but very important point. Patent is given to something which is new. Now, new is not something which you have discovered recently. Yeah. So there is difference between discovery and inventing something. Are we getting this? Discovering something is something which is already there, present in the nature, on the earth, but you just come across it. Inventing something is something you have created from the scratch. So from A, B, C, you have created D. Then this becomes the inventing process. But when we are talking about the discovery, no, some element is already there in the nature and we just come across it. For example, any plant species, yeah, any animal species which is already there in the nature, but we come across it, then it cannot be considered as a patent. Yeah. Because why? Because you are not someone who have created it. It is not an invention. So we need to understand this difference between discovery and invention. Yeah. They both may seem alike, but for patentability criteria, discovery is a big, what we can say, a bar to getting the patents. So are we clear about this? The criterias of patentability?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Am I going too fast? Am I going too slow?
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay. Fine. Thank you so much. Yeah. So have you seen this? You must have come across this product. Yeah. It's a bubble wrap. We all love it just to burst this bubble wrap. So do you know that it's a patented product? Hmm? So there is a corporation, there is a company called as Sealed Air Corporation who have invented this bubble wrap, and imagine that they still have the patent, live patent, I guess, over that. And they have commercialized it in such a way that everywhere you see these bubble wraps are used, it is a patented product. Yeah. So you can just imagine the extent of their business commercialization with just one small product. Then the postscript. This is again a patented product by a company called 3M. So imagine the vastness of their business, that wherever this patent is used, wherever this product is used, that person has to take authorization from this company. Yeah. So, and we all know these small things but very useful things are pretty vastly used in everyday life, and that's why the importance of these invention also is important. So small inventions can pay us in millions if they are rightly commercialized, if they are rightly strategized. Yeah. Now we are coming to the aspect of design as a second IP. Do we have any queries, any doubts in patents? Or
No, ma'am.
no? Shall we move ahead with design?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So design, as we were saying, the Coca-Cola bottle, the shape of that bottle is protected as a design. So essentially, the shape is protected as a design. Then the configuration of that product, the pattern, the ornamental aspect, and the aesthetics. So essentially, design covers everything which is covered under the aesthetics. Yeah. The difference between patenting and design is that in patent, in any invention, the internal mechanism, the functioning of that particular product is protected. Whereas in the design, just the outer part is protected as a design. Yeah. For example, if we see a car, the internal mechanism, the working of car is protected as an invention, as a patent, whereas the design of car, which we saw in the introductory slides, a beetle, the car model, the particular shape of that car is protected as a design. Yeah. So in design, functioning and mechanism is not protected at all. What we see by our eyes, what is perceived visually, is only protected in any design protection. Yeah. So design registration, once it is granted, it gives us monopoly of 15 years from the date of file, and for 15 years, this design is protected. Now, once we get the design registration, what are the rights or what are the benefits we get? So the first thing is monopoly, that is the exclusive right to use that particular design. So you can have the legal remedies to take action against any another person who is unauthorizedly using it. Secondly, you can license it. Licensing it means giving it for rent. For example, you are not transferring your entire ownership, but you are just transferring few rights associated with that particular design. Then it is considered as a licensing. You can assign it. The assignment is you are completely transferring your ownership of that design to another person. Yeah. Then again, the exclusive right to exploit that design, to commercialize it, to make different copies of it, and to sell it and take legal actions. So these are the rights which we get by design registration. Now let's try to understand how it works. So here, what do you see is four bottles, water bottles of different brands: Bisleri, Kinley, Himalaya, Aquafina. So imagine that you are a design examiner, and these four applications are coming in front of you. And each of these companies, they have requested you a design registrations. So what would you do? Does any one of the company will get design protection, or how will it? Any wild guess? How will it work? Any idea? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So imagine that these are four different applications and these are coming to you. What would you do? Does this come under the criteria? It is a shape, right? Then it is visually perceived. It is a product, right? So will it get protected as a design application? So let me tell you that all these four bottles will get design registrations. Yeah. Now why? Because though these are water bottles, though these are product designs for one particular product, it's just one product. But each of the design is different. Yeah. Could you anyone would like to say that these are same designs? No, right? Each of the water bottle is created differently. It looks different. Its shapes and dimensions are different. So any of us can clearly make out the difference between these four shapes. Yeah, and that's why each of this product, each of this design will get protected under the Designs Act, and that's why designs work. That's how designs work. So it's not like patents. In patenting, your invention has to be novel. So there cannot be same invention which is existed. Then you cannot get the patent. But with respect to design, it's fine if the same product is there. It's fine if the similar design is there. Unless and until it is exactly same, unless and until there is exactly same design of Bisleri bottle in another application, you will get design protection as far as these designs are looking different. Yeah. Are we getting here what I'm trying to explain?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So here you can see the visual difference between the car models, a Swift and a i20. Now both are cars, again the same product, same functions, same mechanism might be, but the design is different, the visual appearance is different, and that's why both cars will get the design registration. So this was all about the designs. Any doubts, any queries in the design part?
Ma'am, actually one doubt is there.
Yes, yes.
As we have told about the designs, different designs are there from different manufacturers. Like that, the manufacturers are adding different ingredients into their water to improve the quality of water. So are they taking patent or some kind of an like a designer, sometimes some kind of a protection against that?
Now, if we are talking about the substance which is put in the bottle, then it can be included as a trade secret, or maybe he can file it as an invention. Yeah, but to file it as an invention and get the patent grant, he has to fulfill three criteria, which we just discussed: the novelty, the inventive step, and the utility. Yeah, so I don't think the water may be comprised of different elements, different what we can say a flavor or something like that will comprise as an invention, as a patent. But if the design is same, the outer shape of the bottle is same, then definitely the applicant won't get the design. But if the shape is different, then he can get the design registration. Am I able to answer your query?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So shall we move ahead with the another IP?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's a trademark. It's my most favorite intellectual property. Maybe that's why I work in this IP, but I'm sure that you all are also more related to the trademarks than other IPs, maybe, because we come across this IP so many times. Every time we go to shop, every time we purchase anything, the first thing which we see is branded. Is this branded or not? It's branded, then good. Otherwise, oh no, it's a fake product. Yeah, that's why you create a big hustle about this duplicate Chinese product and everything. Why this concept is there in existence is because of this very intellectual property and nothing but a trademark. So what you see here on the screen is that different brands, different trademarks, which are representing their respective businesses. So it could be any product, it could be any service, right? So Tata, Amul, Toyota, these are some product oriented trademarks, and it could be any another service oriented trademark also. So trademark, essentially, what is this? So in one line it can be said that it is identity of that particular business. Yeah. So the moment I see the logo of Nestle or the Amul girl or that Toyota symbol, that moment it registers in my mind what we are talking about, what I'm looking at it. Yeah. The moment I see the circular logo of Pepsi comprised of two color combinations, red and blue, that moment it hits to my mind that, oh, it's about Pepsi. This is what we are talking about. That is the power of trademark. That is the power of brand identity. Yeah. So the moment you see those color combination, for example, if I tell you telecommunication services or the SIM card services and the red color, what will you tell me? What it could be? Any idea?
SIM card could be a design pattern.
No. For example, if I tell you there is a brand, there is a SIM card service company, and which is associated with red color. What is it? Any idea?
Vodafone.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's how these trademarks, these brands make impression in our mind. The moment you just say, "Oh, it's a red color telephone Shopee," the moment you will understand it is related to the Vodafone services. Yeah, and that's why trademark will try to create a strong impression by their unique created logos, uniquely created brands, and the color combinations as well. Whatever existed, maybe the color, letters, a combination of different numbers, logos, all can be used as a trademark just to identify that particular brand. Now, what are the features of trademark? So first, as I said, trademarks are used for nothing but creating identity of that particular brand. Yeah. So as I said, the moment we go to shop or for any another instance, we first check the brand. So if it is branded, oh, it is of Amul, okay. We believe what quality it has. We believe and we immediately realize what that product would be, its quality, its quantity, its color. The moment we see that product's brand, we will get to know how it is. And that's why trademarks are directly proportional, directly associated with the quality of that particular product. And that's why these are very important. The moment you see it's Mercedes Benz, you will relate that it's a luxury car and how its features will be, how that particular car will be. Yeah, so that's why trademarks create a strong association with that particular product or that particular service. So trademark could be anything, as I said, it could be a letter, logo, symbol, or only the color combination. Now, the first important factor to understand is that a trademark should be something which is able to distinguish, which is able to differentiate itself from other similar business players. Yeah. So, if I want to get my trademark for a business, my trademark, my brand has to be something which is different from other business players which are already existing. And that's where a trademark has to be something which can be represented to the consumers in graphical format, and it should be able to create its unique identity. Now, a trademark is not always associated with the products. It could be associated with the services as well. Yeah. Kesri Tours and Travels, Cox and Kings, or any bank, you could say HDFC, IDBI. What are all these? These are all services, and they have established their brands for that particular services. So it could be in relation with any goods and any services as well. So to sum it up, what are the objectives of trademark? So the first is identifying the product or the services. From where exactly these products are coming. Yeah. So the moment I said it's a Amul butter, we know that from where it is coming into, what its quality will be. And that's why trademark guarantee the particular quality of the product. Then the goodwill which is associated with that particular brand. Hmm. So the moment we see, let's buy the LG product, it's very good. Let's buy the LG TV. So why? Because it has that goodwill associated with it. For example, the Tata products or any another brand which you say, the Parle-G product. Yeah. So each and every brand is not just the identity, but it also carries the goodwill it has built for entire years. Can you imagine? Anyone would like to? Anyone knows for how many years the Lux brand is there in existence? Any guess, or does anybody know?
I think, madam, it is around more than 60 to 70 years. I'm not sure about
Yes.
it.
Yeah, so Lux brand, it's there around for a century. Yeah, so it's more than 90 years. This brand is there, and so you or almost 80 plus years. So I have read some article recently, and that's how I just realized, my God, what is the vastness of this entire protection. So can you imagine one product, one brand, which is once it is created, if you keep on protecting it, you can rule out the entire business for so many decades. Yeah. So this is the power of trademark or the brand which is there. Ultimately, if you see any brand, if you see that particular product or the service, it definitely stimulates the purchase. Yeah. So the moment we see this is the branded item which you really want for many days or something, you always inclined to purchase that product than any similar product. Why? Because you are associated with that particular brand, considering its quality. So again, the functions and objectives are moreover similar, but the important function of trademark is that to communicate the goods and services to the consumers. Yeah. So the advertising that product, advertising that service, and communicate it to the public is a very important aspects of trademark functions. So the moment we see this Amul girl anywhere, we know that it's from the Amul brand, and just all Amul butter and all different products are of Amul. They just come in front of our mind. Yeah. So that's how that's how it works, and that's how the brands create their impression in human mind. So it could be, as we said, anybody can have. I don't think anybody would have imagined just a bitten apple in black and white color can rule all this entire business when it comes to computers and softwares. Yeah. So just the symbol, but just the looking at that, we come to know that it's a luxury mobiles, and it's a premium quality computers which are associated with this particular brand. Now, what is the term of trademark? For how long trademarks are protected? So we just discussed that patent is protected for 20 years, then design is protected for 15 years. Now trademarks are protected for 10 years from the date of its application. And the very important part is that trademarks can be renewed for any number of times for any time. Yeah. So that's why the brands like Lux, or there are many more which are already existing, and they are still protecting their identity for so many years, almost for 6 to 7 decades. Yeah. Why this is possible is the only reason is because trademarks can be protected and they can be renewed for any number of times. So once a monopoly, always a monopoly. Yeah. Once you get this exclusive right, you can all the time, you can, even if you die after that also, if your heirs are renewing it and protecting it, you can protect this particular IP without any stoppage. Just that you have to keep on renewing it. Yeah. If you stop renewing it, the protection ends there, because the basic element behind the trademark protection is the use. If you are not going to communicate to the public, if you are not going to convey what you are selling to the public, then the protection ceases, and that's why the use is very important element of protection. Now, what are the advantages? So, as I said, it is a basic identity of that brand, and that's why it plays a very important role. When you have one unique identity, it becomes easier to reach the consumers. It becomes easy to display and explain what you have to offer to the consumers. Secondly, it associates your quality of a particular product to the consumers, and that's why you can easily relate your brand to the quality you are using in that particular business. Secondly, it is very important to take action against someone who is infringing your trademark. So again, unauthorized use, if we are coming across. Then if you have a trademark protection, then you can easily exercise your right and stop that person from using your product or using your trademark. So this was all about trademarks. Any doubt we have in the trademarks?
No, ma'am.
Yeah. I just looked at the time and we have 5 minutes left. So yeah, can I get some extension of say 5 minutes?
Yes, continue.
Yeah.
Interesting for all of us.
Yeah. So the next type of IP is the copyright. Again, a very fascinating type of intellectual property. Now, what we mean by copyright is that any artistic creation, which could be in the form of written, dramatic, music, artistic work, or any film or sound recording, then on that the copyright can be granted. Yeah, so there has to be something which is artistically created, and it could be in any of these forms. Then the copyright can be given over that particular work. Now, let's just try to understand for what the copyright is granted. Yeah, so it is very important to know that copyright is always granted to the work which is original. Yeah, so original, what we mean by original. Now, if I ask all of you to draw draw sketching or draw a diagram of tree, we all will draw it, right? But each one of us will draw tree in their own way, by using their own creations. Yeah, so if we collect all these diagrams together, all these pictures together, every diagram, each of the sketch will be different, even though it's the same subject matter, even though it's about tree, even though it's the same thing, but each one of you will represent it in your own way, will express it in your own way by using different colors, by using different patterns, and that's why the originality comes in the picture. Yeah. So for getting copyright, there has to be an artistic creation, and it has to be original. Okay, so here not necessarily that you should be as great as a Picasso or you should be as great as any great painter in the world to get the copyright, or a person who has extraordinary skills in that particular art to get the copyright. No, that is not mandatory. The only essential criteria is that it has to be something which is original expression of you. It has to be something which you yourself has created and expressed in your way. And that's why copyright can be given to any artistic creation. Yeah, so you need not to be worried about the level of expertise in that particular work. That is not an criteria. Secondly, it is granted over original expressions. Secondly, copyrights are always granted to the work, the expressions, and not to the idea. Okay, let's try to understand the difference between idea and expression. Now, if I'm just right now, if I'm speaking to you, and if I'll get a fantastic idea of, say, a music piece or any artistic form, a painting, so can that be protected? Can that idea itself, in the form of idea, can it be protected? No, not at all. Unless and until I put that idea in any physical form, in any expression. So if I put that idea and create a painting or create a piece of music, then I can get copyright over that piece of music or over that painting. But that idea itself cannot be protected. So many times, many clients come to us saying that this is my idea and I want to protect it. But unfortunately, we cannot protect the idea itself. To get the protection, you have to extract that idea in some tangible form. Yeah, in some kind of expression, then only it can be protected. Yeah, am I able to make you understand the difference between idea and expression?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so first, copyright can be given to idea. Secondly, copyright can be given to expression and not the idea. And secondly, that expression has to be original. Yeah. Now let's try to understand what are different forms of subject matter where copyrights can be given. Yeah. So the first thing is literally matter, that is the literally work. So anything which is extracted into the written format, anything which is in written format, books, any notes or compilation of any text, that can be protected as a literary work. For example, if you are just scribbling down notes right now in your notebook while discussing this, and if you try to compile it and get it protected as a copyright, you can do that. Yeah. So any literary work can be protected as a copyright. Now the dramatic work. Dramatic work includes anything which has the capacity to portray as a drama. Yeah. So the work which has rehearsed before and which is presented to the public or the audience. Then the musical works, it includes any composition. So in cinema or anywhere, if we consider a song, the composition, the melody, the compilation, the sequence of musical notes, it is included in the musical work. Then the artistic work. Artistic work has the most widest scope. In artistic work, it includes architectural work, any painting, sculpture, sketching, any carvings made on any material, a photograph. Yeah. So all these works are included in the artistic work. Then comes the films. So any motion film, it could be a short film, only the visuals or any compilation of visuals created in the form of film, it is included as a cinematographic film. And a sound recording. Now there is a difference between musical work and sound recording. Yeah. So musical work essentially means the composition, the musical notes by which the music piece is composed. And sound recording is actually a process, a mechanical process with technical skills by which that sound recording is created. Yeah. So all these works can be protected as a copyright work. Now, copyright has the widest possible term, that is the 60 years. So copyright can be protected for 60 years from the date it is filed. Yeah. So this was all about copyrights. Any doubts here?
No, ma'am, you can move further.
Yeah. So now the next IP is geographical indication. I hope you all must have heard about this IP. So what do you see here is Mysore sandal soap, Madhubani paintings, Basmati rice, Kolhapuri chappal. So what are all these? So these are all nothing but products associated with that particular geographical region. Yeah. So if there is any product which is originating from that geographical territory and it carries with itself that particular characteristics of that territory, then it can be protected as a geographical design. Yeah. Geographical indications. Sorry. Now geographical indication, it could be any product or it could be any services. The product could be agricultural, natural, or something which are artistic product which are cultivated there or manufactured there. But these products or these skills should have some special characteristics which is associated with that particular geographical territory. For example, what you see here is Swiss watches or the champagne. So many of us or champagne is always misrepresented or misunderstood as a brand, but it is actually a place which is situated in France, and from that place it has got its GI as a champagne. Yeah. So all these are geographical indications. Now, why geographical indications are protected? Yeah. So to protect and preserve the special characteristic which that product carries itself with that particular territory, and give importance and give protection to the people, a group of people who are actually manufacturing or cultivating these products. And that's why geographical indications are protected. Now, many very important thing is that for geographical indications, the person who is applying for it, it has to be someone who is a group of people. So no single person can apply and get geographical indication protected. For all other IPs, for example, patent, trademark, design, copyright, a single person can get this exclusive right. However, when we are talking about geographical indication, there has to be a group of people, an association who is actually manufacturing this product and getting it protected. So no single person can get this monopoly of geographical indication. Yeah. So yes. Yeah. So that's it from my side. And we are done with the GI. So we have covered patent, trademark, copyright, design, and the geographical indications. So this was all about the overview of intellectual property.
Uh, I thank you, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge on intellectual property right, patents, trademarks, copyrights, and geographical indications. Now the platform is open for question answers. The people who are attending from the YouTube channel can post your questions in the chat box. There is one question from Ajinkya Salpe. He is asking that where can we register for trademark?
Yeah. So there is a website called as IP India website. So you can just go to that website. You can file the trademark on your own, or you can get assistance of any IP attorney or any law firms, and they will help you to get your trademark registered. Yeah, the website name is ipindia.nic.
Okay. And one more question he has asked. He has asked that for a trademark, is there any cost required for registration if the registration is done by own? What is the
Yes.
cost?
Yes. If you are an individual as an applicant, the government charges are 4,500 per application. And if you are a company and any large scale entity, then the government charges are 9,000 per application. Yeah. So all these IP filings, there is government fee associated with respect to that.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
I have a question that what is the role of a patent agent, and which exam, how one qualifies to be a patent agent in India?
Yeah. So patent agent exam is there. So recently, 2 years back, this exam was held. So as soon as this exam is declared, this is conducted by the government. So we have to. There is a complete information is on IP India website. So there is entire curriculum of all these aspects which we discussed shortly. Yeah. So all acts are there for each of the IP. There is a separate act. For example, trademarks. There is a trademark act, design act, patent act is there. So we have to go through that. So there is a first written exam. Secondly, there will be an interview, an oral exam, and after that, the candidate will be selected as a patent agent. And once they become a patent agent, they can file a patent for other people's. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Nikhat ma'am, is there any other questions?
No, ma'am. No questions. Yes, someone wanted to ask the copyright fees. Fees for copyright. Fees
Yeah.
for copyright.
Yeah. So copyright fees are associated with the type of work. If you want to file a literary work, the government fees is 500. For literally dramatic, musical, artistic work, the government fee for filing is 500 rupees. For the film, it is 5,000, and for the sound recording, it is 2,000.
Amol is asking whether he can copyright his software code. What is the
Yes,
procedure?
yes, definitely. You can get softwares protected as a copyright. In India, softwares are not protected as a patent unless they have any hardware interference. If it is a pure software, it can be copyrighted. You need to submit source code and object code in the CDs, and then you can send these CDs in the courier to the copyright office, and you need to file the form 14 to get this copyright application.
How
And
much it will cost, madam?
Sorry?
How much it
Cost,
will cost,
yeah.
madam?
Softwares are included as a literally work, and hence the government fees is of 500 rupees.
For the algorithms or for the techniques also same?
Yeah, actually, if we are coming into the software part, the source code and object codes are needed.
Okay, okay, fine.
Yeah,
Got it,
yeah.
got it.
there's one question from Deepak Patil. How do normal people recognize geographical indication products?
Yeah, so generally, if it is a GI granted product, then there is a stamp on those product. So if you just observe properly, if it is a product originally coming from that territory, for example, say the tea which is coming from that particular region and which has got that GI, it is stamped that it is GI protected. Otherwise, then it can be considered as a duplicate product or something which is not actually originating from that territory.
Okay, there is one more question from Pallavi Sapkal. She wants to know whether a single page of document could be copyrighted. A single
Yes,
page.
definitely. Definitely. The quantity of that work, it doesn't matter. Even if you have written a single page, you can get it copyrighted.
There's one more question from Dr. Suraj Karpe. What is the best way to apply for patent by yourself or by a patent attorney? Which is
Yeah.
the best way?
Yeah, depends what you call it a best way, but I will highly advise you if you are not well versed with the drafting. So, drafting is nothing but putting your invention in that particular way which is accepted by the Indian Patent Office. Yeah, so you need to put your invention in that particular way, in that particular language, which is called as a techno legal document. Yeah, so if you are someone who has this skill set, then definitely you can file it on your own. But if not, I would really highly recommend you to get help in this specific activity and get it done by the patent agent.
Ma'am, as you have told in the case of Coca-Cola that this is a big brand, so they have made many kinds of patents. So if a person is finding any novel things, so
Mhm.
and if he wants to use it in multinationals, many nations, so
Mhm.
is it required for him or her to file a patent in many countries, or is there any kind of a clause is there like a multinations patent?
No, actually, there is no such thing as a global protection over any of the IP. Yeah, if you want to use that particular, not just for the patents, for any IP, if you want to use that, if you want to get it registered, say in one nation, one territory, you need to get it registered there, and you will get monopoly in that territory itself. So if I file my patent in India and get it registered in India, I cannot exercise my right in US and I cannot stop third person from using it in US.
Okay, so ma'am, in industrial applications, many malpractices can be happen based on this,
Yes, yes,
because many
yes,
things are available in USA. So
yes,
they might
yes.
be create it in India or China, and they will be selling here.
Yes, yes, and that's why we see many cases where the duplication of designs and the duplication of these products. So that's why the strategies are made if that product, if you are selling that product not just in one territory but if multiple territories, it is always recommended to get the protection over these IPs, these products in those territories also, so that in future if any conflict arises, if any infringement issue is there, then you can rightly exercise your monopoly right over that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There is one question from Sandeep Pawar. Can we get patent for innovative experimental heat transfer correlations developed based on new dimensions, dimensionless number M, applicable in helically coiled heat exchangers?
Beg me your pardon, but if I'm not able to understand the technology, is it any product or the process? What
Sandeep
it is?
Pawar, sir, if you can put some light to madam's question.
Yeah, because I'm not from the technical background, so I'm so sorry if I'm not able to
Based,
understand.
hello, madam. Hello,
Yes,
madam.
yes.
Based on your presentation, who can apply for patent for what? So you said one of there are five parameters. Last parameter was improvement in the process. So
Enhancement,
in
yeah.
heat exchanger, that M is a new dimensionless number, which helps for designer to characterize the hydrodynamics of fluid flow in helical coils, which is very useful for the designer to save the cost or economic point of view. That improves the process, that improves the heat transfer, and also save the cost. So for that point of view, these heat transfer correlations are developed based on experimental data. So can we apply for this?
Yes, sir. Definitely, if you think that you have created some enhancement in some already existing product by which it will really benefit its functions, then you can definitely apply for the patent.
Okay, okay, madam, got it. Thank you.
But ma'am, for applying a patent, we are doing a prior art for that only, no? So that we can
Yeah,
come to the conclusion that if our whatever may have made, if it is patentable or not.
exactly. That was I was about to say
Prior
that
art is required. Yeah.
patentability search is a very important step before you file any patent, because it really gives us idea if at all your patent can be patentable or not. Yeah, so prior art search, patentability search is very important aspect before we actually file the patent application.
Okay, madam, thank you.
Yes, yes, welcome.
There is one question from Vivek Shinde that he has made one design model. It is a 3D model design which is not available anywhere. But many students have used the same design in a traditional way and have made changes. So, can this be applied for patent?
If it is just the design part, just the aesthetic part of that product, then it can be filed under the design set as a design. But if it has some functional aspects, some invention process, then it can be filed as a patent. But for patent, the important criteria is that it should not be used before you. So it should not be in the public domain before you actually filed it. So the patent officials will scrutinize if your invention is already there in the public domain or not, if your invention is actually novel or not, and if it fits in the criteria, you can file it as a patent. Can I stop sharing my screen?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm sure today's session on funded research projects and IPR has been informative and useful to all the participants. I would like to thank all our speakers for today, that is Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sikdar, Dr. Zia Saqib, and Advocate Amruta Kulkarni ma'am for their valuable time and knowledge that they have shared with us. And it is a privilege to get to hear all this knowledgeable information which we have got from the delegates. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me here for this discussion. And I hope we are able to discover some new aspects of intellectual property in this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thanks
Yeah.
a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, most welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to stop here, madam. Following, madam. Nikat, madam.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
And today's there are no more sessions, so we will start tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have 2 sessions, so
Yeah.
we can stop today.